a limit where it needs to be. I work blind, got vision I don't need to see. I'm picking mind over matter, I believe in me. I need to find more hours in the day to breathe. Need to find more power in the way I be. And when my mind turns sour with the painful scenes, I need to scream out loud, I can't stop me. I wanna be the greatest like Rocky. You know I leave them all hating like a hobby. I'm out here making moves like a lobby. And if you ain't with me, it's your loss, see. I got my mind on the facts, I'm a python, grab what I like real fast. Choke until I have everything I attack, everything that I lack, everything that I want, and I see, matter of fact. Cause I'm my own worst enemy. Only if I let it be. I can control anything if I can just think carefully. I control my destiny. Deep up in my mind I manifest it. Every morning I wake up obsessed, and everything I do the best. And deep within my mind you know I'll always manifest it. I'm my own worst enemy. Only if I let it be. I can control anything if I can just think carefully. I control my destiny. Deep up in my mind I manifest it. Every morning I wake up obsessed, and everything I do the best. And deep within my mind you know I'll always manifest it.
Hello and welcome to my Mind Over Your Matter. My name is Rick. Let's go ahead and turn on the cameras here. Oh boy, it's another Monday, another week. Happy President's Day! Yay! It's just another day for me and you. I got a lot of news to cover, so we're gonna jump right to it because I want to get everything in as much as possible. So without further ado, let's go ahead and set this up and let's watch.
All right, breaking right now, these reports from Rhode Island. We're starting to get some camera shots from outside of this. Reportedly, people were hurt after a shooting at an ice rink in Rhode Island.
Rhode Island?
Children ran
That's
to
right
a
next to
nearby
me.
store to
Providence?
hide, according to a local station.
Oh my
Their
God,
senior
that's like
correspondent Eric Shawn
an hour and a half.
some early take
About
on
an
what's
hour
going on here on the
and a half
ground.
away.
He's reporting live for us here from the Bureau. Hi, Eric.
Hello, Martha. Yes, so it's an afternoon boys hockey game, a high school game that was occurring in Coventry, between Coventry and the Blackstone Valley schools in Pawtucket, Rhode Island, as you see there. Just after 2 o'clock,
How the hell you get a shooting in a high
suddenly
school
rang out.
hockey game?
We're told one victim has been killed. The suspected shooter also dead.
What?
Local reports saying that the
Yo, what's up,
young
LB?
person who was killed was a young girl. That from the mayor's office. 4 people injured in this shooting during that high school hockey game that occurred, reports say, between Coventry Johnson Co-op and the St. Raphael Providence Country Day North Providence, North Smithfield Co-op schools. Panicked people ran into the nearby Walgreens during this time when there was the active shooter. All told, 4 people injured. We do not know the condition of their injuries at this time, and police have not identified the shooter, if the shooter was a high school student or someone else. Rhode Island's Governor Daniel McKee saying they're, of
Oh my
course,
God,
on
that's
top
not
of the
good.
situation, working with local law
And
enforcement.
that's
He
in New
says he is
Hampshire. That's in
praying
Rhode
for
Island.
Pawtucket and everyone involved. So sadly, just after 2 p.m. Eastern time,
Not far
during
from
a
me.
boys' high school hockey game, gunfire ringing out. That suspect, the shooter, apparently now dead, taking his or her own life. We're waiting for the latest details and confirmation of all this from police when they have an expected news conference. And of course, we'll be on top of that when that happens. Just a sad and tragic Monday afternoon. Gunfire again affecting school children, high school kids, this in Pawtucket, Rhode Island.
Yep, we're seeing an aerial shot here coming up as well. Difficult situation. Eric, Sean, thank you very much. We'll get you more information as that comes in. And a shooting at an ice rink near Pawtucket, Rhode Island. Thanks, Eric.
Okay, we're going to keep it moving because we got more to watch on this.
It's a shooting at a high school hockey game in Rhode Island, leaving at least 3 people dead, including a suspect.
3 people dead.
According to an update we just got from law enforcement. They
Wait,
want to bring
3
in Emily
people
Cato,
dead?
who's been on this for us.
3 hurt
I know we're hearing now
after
from the
shooting at a high
Pawtucket,
school hockey
police
game
chief,
in
what is
Rhode
his name?
Island.
Yeah, so terrifying
Oh my
moments
God.
unfolding in the middle of a high school hockey game. It apparently was senior night. So this is a packed arena in Pawtucket, as you had mentioned, which is north of Providence in Rhode Island, when a suspect had opened fire, killing 2 and injuring 3 others. The police saying that those 3 people were shot. They are in critical condition
2
in
killed
the hospital. You see that massive
and
police
himself
presence
is
that's unfolded
B3.
outside of the arena from all levels. We know the FBI is on
And
the
3
ground.
other
The
people are
ATF is
injured.
on the ground. At this point, police say in the initial investigation, this appears to be a family dispute. But we don't know who exactly was
What?
involved. They haven't released ages. They
Family
appear, they
dispute?
believe that everyone involved was adults. They haven't even given genders or exactly where the gunfire had rang
Genders?
out. But
Well, we
when
could
those
assume
shots
it's
fired, there
male.
were people even on the ice. So you can imagine the chaos that had unfolded. We heard from one
I don't
person
know
who
about
lives
any
down the
female
street,
hockey
who frequently
players.
attends sporting events, wasn't at this sporting event, but here's what he had to say. Take a listen.
You hear about an event that happened very similar to 2 months ago at Brown. This is it's heartbreaking.
Yeah, so a close-knit community just rattled by this terrifying incident just weeks after that Brown University shooting 5 miles south of Pawtucket, Rhode Island. And the investigation is still ongoing. The mayor did call this an isolated incident.
You're saying there's a potential of a family-related event. Do they feel as if there is a connection, or do they know there's a connection between the victims and the shooter?
They do believe people are related, but they did not go into detail and when people were pressing for more on that.
And I know I'm being told now
Lord.
that the FBI is saying there's no further threat to the community amidst all of
That's
this.
right.
Emily,
Well, 'cause
thank you. Appreciate it.
Neutralize the
We
threat.
Thank you for watching. And
That's what
remember,
they did.
stay
They
updated
killed
on
the
break-
shooter. So, wow, we need some more on this.
Now to Kim Kalunian live at the scene. Kim, have you been talking to more people?
Yeah, we were actually just talking to a group of people who were not inside the arena at the time, but they were outside, and they told us they heard those gunshots, and then they saw people running out of the arena. They started running too. They weren't sure what was happening or what they had just heard, and they ran to the Wendy's next door and sought cover in there. They said lots of people from inside the arena ended up there as well. They were consoling each other, hugging each other, and concerned about what had just unfolded. A short time ago, we spoke with the goalie for the Coventry team inside of a convenience store, which is actually this way down Broad Street. We've got the Wendy's and the Walgreens next door, and then this strip of retail here. Several people ran into that store to seek cover after the shooting. Again, not knowing what was happening, not knowing that it was a targeted shooting, as we've learned now, and trying to get away from the danger. They ran in, told the man who runs that store that there was someone with a gun, that there had been gunfire. The man who runs that store locked the door behind them, and you could see them embracing on surveillance video, crying, making phone calls. And the young man that we spoke to inside of that store recounted what it was like being on the ice when that gunfire started. We had heard earlier from a different young man that he thought he heard maybe 7 or so gunshots, and then people took cover and ran out the doors. This young man that we spoke to, who again was the goalkeeper for Coventry, said he wasn't quite sure what he was hearing at first. Here's what he had to say.
I think it was like mid-play. I heard a couple gunshots go off. I thought it was balloons at first. It was loud, and then it kept going on. So I ran right into the locker room after I walked off the ice. I was scared. I went right to the locker room and hid and bunkered down. I heard about it was a lot. I really didn't know. About 13-ish. I don't know.
Damn.
Yeah, and of course, after those young players hid or ran to the locker room, everyone flooded out of that building. When we got here on scene a little after 3 o'clock, this parking lot here behind the arena was absolutely filled with people, including all of those team members. Many of those high school players had taken off their skates and were standing outside in their socks because of the chaotic way that they had to leave that building.
Damn.
All of those families and spectators were eventually loaded onto RIPTA buses and taken out of this area. And as I've mentioned before in some of our previous reports, we've really seen things sort of calm down and return to normal here on Broad Street as police cruisers and ambulances have left the area, though the crime scene tape does still remain up surrounding the arena where those deadly shots were fired earlier today. So that's the latest here on Broad Street.
For a while.
Now we'll send it back to you in studio.
It'll probably be up for a few days, because it's a school shooting. Another shooting at a school. It's a deadly hockey game. All right, let's keep it moving. We got more news to watch.
I'm Andy Mack, now here in the anchor chair, and we have some major breaking news out of Tucson, Arizona, in the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie. Still no suspects or people of interest in this case, but Pima County coming out and saying they have cleared Savannah Guthrie, the Guthrie siblings, as well as their spouses in this investigation. I want to put this up here from Pima County Sheriff's statement from Chris Nanos on this investigation, saying, quote, to be clear, the Guthrie family, to include all siblings and spouses, have been cleared as possible suspects in this case. The family has been nothing but cooperative and gracious, and our victims in this case.
Well, they're looking for their mother.
Not only wrong, it is cruel. The Guthrie family are victims, plain and simple. Please, I am begging you, the media, to honor your profession and report with some sense of compassion and professionalism. So some big news.
It's on the media to chill out.
We've seen them in several videos, including their spouses, have been cleared as possible suspects in this case. And this
wasn't they going after the
16 of this disappearance.
Son-in-law?
84-year-old mother of that Today Show host, Nancy Guthrie, still not accounted for. Investigators continue to try to find leads at this moment, and they're working some important things from this FBI surveillance video, and some, including the gloves in which they found, and they're running DNA. Some preliminary tests already coming back.
Hold on.
For confirmation. Also,
I had to pause this for a second, and they're talking about these gloves, right? What does it remind you of, these gloves? It reminds you of the O.J. Simpson. O.J. Simpson. Okay. What did we learn about the O.J. Simpson? The killer was never found. And they had gloves. They even had O.J. put them on and they didn't fit. You must have quit. Remember that? You know how many gloves did they find out in that area? The one glove that they're talking about that they found was like 2 miles away. Okay? You know how many gloves they found? 16. 16 gloves. How in the hell and who in the hell is littering and throwing gloves everywhere? It's like, here's a glove, there's a glove, gloves everywhere. We got 16 of them. But one of them, there's just this one specific one that matches the looks from the camera, and all of a sudden we got the break we needed. The 1 out of 16. Look at that. Give me a close up. The 1 out of 16. 16 gloves everywhere. They were throwing gloves everywhere. I don't know how this glove, how the magical glove, it kind of reminds me of Cinderella. I'm getting like a little Cinderella flashbacks. Okay. And when Cinderella left her I would say stiletto, because it looked like a fucking stiletto. That's like a badass freaking, shoe that she was wearing there. But let's say the stiletto, and we know how that story played out, right? So now we got today Nancy's case, and we have a lot of evidence that who knows if this glove is probably related or not. Like, they're like, yes, we got a match. We got a glove. We got a glove that looks almost just like the glove that was on the camera. But wait a minute. I mean, other people could have bought that same type of gloves and had that type of glove, And why would they be 16 gloves all over the place? Who's out there throwing gloves everywhere? I mean, it truly doesn't make any sense, you know? And it's like, I remember the OJ case, and he was trying to put the gloves, because he had rubber gloves on, and then he was trying to put his hand in the gloves, and he was like, it doesn't fit. And if it doesn't fit, you must have quit. The power of the glove is back. I thought it wasn't going to come back, but we have another glove. And we have more reporting to do on this glove. So let's go back to the news and see what they're going to say about this magical glove. Oh, Lord.
About the jacket and the backpack, as investigators are consulting with Walmart management to develop leads, because a backpack the suspect was wearing is sold exclusively at the stores. Nancy Guthrie was last seen in her Arizona home on January 31st, was reported missing the following day. Authorities say her blood was found on the porch. Ransom notes were apparently sent to news outlets, but two deadlines for paying those had passed. The Federal Bureau of Investigation releasing surveillance video.
Thank God they didn't say TMZ.
Handgun holster.
They're not a news outlet. That's a fucking National Enquirer.
Video of the person with the backpack was wearing a ski mask,
Yo, what's up, Terry?
and a jacket on that
OJ
scene.
wore a glove too, and his ass got acquitted. Yeah, his ass got acquitted.
On there in Tucson, Arizona, but we also heard last night pushing back Chris Nanos, the sheriff of Pima County, about potential reporting that there was a burglary gone wrong.
Can I tell you something?
Is kind of the working theory that the department has had, saying they're working all
OJ
sorts of leads
is in the Epstein list
to hopefully have a good resolution with bringing Nancy home. We heard last night
a lot of people in that Epstein list
talking about it, pleading with anyone out there that might have information about this, saying, quote, "It's never too late.
I tell you one thing,
the right thing." And also, you can see
my name is not in it.
Update from Sheriff Chris Nanos
my
talking
name
about this.
is not in that list.
The siblings and the spouses, they have all been cleared as possible suspects in this case, in this search for Nancy Guthrie. So some big news developing here, and we're continuing to dive into it. Any little bits and pieces that come out of this Catalina Foothills neighborhood. We're speaking later on today with our Fox 10 team.
He's flipping in his grave.
For more on where this investigation stands, more than 2 weeks into the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie, let's take you out to this report.
More than 2 weeks after Nancy Guthrie went missing,
a
glove found near her home has been tested for DNA. The glove is one of 16 found in the area, most belonging to searchers. But investigators say this one contains DNA from an unknown male and appears to match the glove seen in surveillance video from Nancy's front porch.
You think this guy's gonna
hit you right here?
drop a glove?
So I think we're on to something.
The DNA profile will go to a national database known
really
as
think that
CODIS to see if there is a match among more than 19 million offenders.
To drop a glove?
If not, experts say it could be put through a genealogy database to identify possible relatives of the individual.
Yeah, I know.
Your best to at least
OJ died.
Some innocent reason why that DNA is there. Without that, at least it could give you potential leads.
I think I was on here
moving forward.
Meanwhile, TMZ says it's received a fourth
I talked
from
about
the
it a
person
year
claiming
ago.
to know who kidnapped Nancy Guthrie. They're once again demanding $50,000 in Bitcoin up front, writing, quote, "I know what I saw 5 days ago south of the border, and I was told to shut up. So I know who he is, and that was definitely Nancy with them," end quote. Though Fox cannot independently confirm that reporting.
If you're worried about getting this money, and you really do have this information, send it to us. We will forward it to the FBI. And that way there's
Why
a
TMZ
record
is
that
like
we
monkey
have
in the middle?
that you
I
supplied
don't
this
understand
information.
this.
Meanwhile, the
This
Pima
guy should
County
be in
Sheriff says the
jail.
clothing worn by the suspect in the surveillance video appears
He's
to
in
be
the
from
Epstein list
Walmart, but it's
too.
not only available there. In Tucson, Arizona, Asher Red,
Oh,
Fox
nice.
News.
All right,
These
thank you
are a
so
lot of
much. They're
crooked
trying to piece
motherfuckers.
together these gloves, DNA, potentially evidence, as well as some of the attire, what this individual was
That's not even
wearing
full
on this
Bitcoin. I
FBI
know.
surveillance video. And as
Bitcoins
noted
were
by
trading
Pima
at
County Sheriff, just within the last 10
67. The
minutes or
last time,
so,
I don't know where
that
it's at
Savannah
today.
Guthrie, the
It fluctuates.
siblings of the Guthrie family, as well as the spouses,
I
they
know
have
you're
all
working on
been
it,
cleared
Terry.
as possible suspects in this case
Let's see what
by
it is.
law enforcement. And last night, Savannah Guthrie, the Today Show host, released yet another
69.
video saying, quote,
It's
"It's
69
never too
today.
late to do the right thing," a plea to a
$69,012
potential abductor out there. Let's
28
listen into
cents.
this from late Sunday evening.
Not even a full Bitcoin. What he said, 50,000.
I wanted to come on and
You guys an idiot.
it's been 2 weeks since our mom
Yeah,
was
you see,
taken,
yep,
and
69,000.
I just wanted to come on and
$12
say that
28 cents.
we still have hope
But it's been
and
climbing.
we still believe. And I wanted to say to whoever has her or knows where she is that it's never too late. And you're not lost or alone. And it is never too late to do the right thing. And we are here. We believe. And we believe in the essential goodness of every human being. And it's never too late.
I wonder what she knew. I wonder what she knew. And I'm talking about Nancy because, like, this story keeps getting, like, it has so many legs, right? And then why would you request for only 50,000 in Bitcoin? Why not say, like what Terry said? Why just one Bitcoin? It's like, I'll tell you for one Bitcoin. At least you'll look like, you know, at least it looks smarter than, yeah, give me $50,000 in Bitcoin. Bitch, that's only like 3/4 of a fucking Bitcoin. Why not go for the full Bitcoin, dummy? I'm telling you, we got stupid people. We got stupid people in this world. All right, let's keep watching here.
Much. So with that, we bring in Danny Colson, former FBI Deputy Assistant Director who led the Oklahoma City bombing investigation and founded the FBI's very elite hostage rescue team. He is one of the original creators of the method that is used in many of these negotiations. Dan O'Shea joins me as well, retired Navy SEAL commander and also a former hostage negotiator. Danny Colson, let me start with you, if I may. You hear Savannah Guthrie, thank you so much, sir, for joining me today. You hear Savannah Guthrie trying to appeal to their humanity a bit. It's never too late to do the right thing. You're not alone. You're not lost. What does
Sounds
this
like a Michael
message
Jackson
tell
song.
you, and how do you think it would be perceived if someone out there is still holding her mother?
I will be with you.
Well, I understand her.
It sounds like a fucking Michael Jackson song. What's fucking going on here?
You want to do something, so that was basically the reason they put these videos out. But
There was a
I'm going to
point
be
in
very hard
time
case here.
it did
The
hit
people that would
100,000.
kidnap a woman
Yeah,
like this,
wasn't it one time
they
it was like
don't care.
100,000?
They are evil people. I don't think that
I know
that was
Bitcoin
going to
hit
impact upon
pretty
them,
high
except
at one point.
this. The
It was like,
FBI's coming for you.
I think it was a hit
They're
like
not
almost
going
like
to stop. They're going to get
110,000
you. We always
at
do.
one point.
And your only hope
So
is to
for
give
right
up
now at
and come in, and
69,000,
that'll save your life.
it's
If you
not bad.
cause harm to this woman, you're looking at the death penalty here, and you can avoid that by
And if that
cooperating and
Bitcoin
helping us.
climbs,
But if you don't,
oh boy.
you're going to wake up one morning to an FBI SWAT team and they're going to do everything they can to convict you under the Constitution, and you will ultimately pay the price.
Wow.
I think that those words are, I hope they provide some consolation for this family, because as you have said, Danny, the FBI will never give up on this case.
No.
They will stick with it. We know there's a person
Wasn't this
who's in
lady
front
in
of
the
that
big
camera.
in
He exists out there,
Epstein also?
is
Wasn't she in
99.9%
Epstein?
very involved in all of this and knows something. And I think
I
that's
know
one of
her
the interesting
husband
things here. She's
worked for
appealing
the
to
Obama administration.
people out there know what happened. So they are sitting on that knowledge.
Yeah.
And she's asking them to come forward and to find it in some way to do the right thing. I want to play this for Dan O'Shea. This is TMZ's Harvey Levin. Now, I want to point out that we cannot independently confirm what TMZ is reporting, but they've been going back and forth with some people. Some of it may be legit,
Probably
some
in
may
fucking
not,
Mexico.
but they're putting these things out there to see if it helps. Let's listen to this from Harvey Levin for Dan O'Shea.
In this letter, it says, I know what I saw 5 days ago south of the border, and I was told to shut up, so I know who he is, and that was definitely Nancy with them. He is saying that Nancy was taken to Mexico.
Whoa!
Dan O'Shea, unravel that for us. How much credibility,
Whoa.
if any, do you put in that message?
Oh, wow.
Well,
11, yeah,
that's
111,
Go ahead, Dan O'Shea.
112,000, yeah.
Yes, I believe
It
that's the
jumped.
third ransom note that one
And I was like
person said
half
can
of
give
what
up
it
the
was.
information on who was responsible and who was on that video.
At one
They
point, it was
also
like
were
50
asking for a
something
Bitcoin,
thousand.
roughly
It keeps climbing, it's going up.
$65,000. But they wanted to keep, in the shadows. But ultimately, the FBI already upgraded the reward to $100,000. And like Savannah Guthrie put out, someone out there knows who's involved in this. They need to do the right thing. And they need to call that
Yeah,
tip
in
line
Mexico.
and let the
You think
FBI
Nancy's
and
in
local law
Mexico?
enforcement
They got her to
get
climb
that
over the
critical lead,
border.
which let's hope that glove is going to be that critical lead. But they are
I think
going to
that
be
they
relentless,
sneak her
as
through the
my
border.
counterpart Danny Colson just said. The FBI is going to hunt them down. They
How
get their
how
most
could they
wanted,
sneak
and this person
her through the
will be
border?
facing justice. Better now
I mean,
than
I don't
at
think
the
she's
the FBI
able to
HRT at your
climb a
door.
ladder.
Trust me.
Absolutely. Danny Colson, back to you, sir. We have this glove, and they're running DNA on the glove. They have the height and, approximate weight of this person and a picture that includes his eyes. So you put the glove together, you put these images together, and then they're trying to triangulate these purchases that may have been made at a Walmart. How does all that get put together for you? And is it promising, do you think?
I think it's promising. You can't find somebody based on their DNA. You can match it with their known DNA, but it doesn't work backwards. It doesn't find them. But I'm going to give you an example. Pan Am 103, the bombing in Lockerbie, was solved because the FBI found a switch that was a sign of a little fingernail and traced it to the manufacturer and ultimately to the bombers. All these things will work. It just takes time, and I think people need to be patient. This is a hard case. I've done some hard cases. This is a hard one, and they're going to find this guy. Maybe a guy or two or three or whatever, but they're going to find them. And don't think they're going to forget about it. They're not. We don't do that. We go until the end of time to find somebody, and they will find it. I'm just worried about the health of this woman. And this has to be very traumatic for her. Oftentimes, accidents happen in an abduction, and I hope that's not the case here. But I think don't forget the power of prayer. We need to pray for her.
So well said. And we know Savannah Guthrie knows the power of prayer. She's a real strong person of faith, as is her mother. And all of these things need to be working together right now. I think everybody wants the anguish that you see on Savannah's face
Well,
to end for
that's
this
in
family.
Arizona.
And a lot of families out there understand how she feels right now. You've worked with many of them. Danny Colson, thank you very much. Dan O'Shea,
thank you, ma'am.
Great to have you both with us today.
Hey, Sean Hannity
That'd be
here.
something,
Hey,
right? If they did take her to
subscribe
Mexico, wouldn't that be some shit? Oh, Nancy's over in Mexico and shit. Are they ever gonna find Nancy? I need to do a fucking psychic show. That's what I need to do. But I've been so caught up with the news and seeing everything that's going on. That Nancy stuff is so interesting. I could do a show with my camera here, so I could like do the tarot reading and maybe get some pendulum action, maybe get some kind of answer. Yeah, there's ways to figure this out. There's always ways. Freaking Nancy. Freaking Nancy. Everyone's hoping and hoping, you know, how, like, she's saying there was, like, whoever was trying, like, talking to TMZ, I don't even know why they put TMZ. You know, I know they're trying to get relevant again because there's a lot of people that are tuning off and turning off TMZ, and I'm one of them. So I know I'm not the only one that's turned away from TMZ. It's just I don't trust that guy. That what's his name? I don't care for his name. I don't trust him. He feels very slimy. Like I just know he's just not a really trustworthy guy. And then the fact that they're sending these letters to TMZ and stuff, and then how are they getting these letters? Is it through like an email? Is it being like how is it being sent to them? And how come these like has not been traced back? You know what I mean? Because I think technology is easily be able to trace where anyone is using their devices to transmit anything over through the towers. I mean, they should know by those emails that they're getting and those demands that they're getting. They could easily pinpoint where that came from, exactly where that message was sent from. You know, but I don't know if like they don't want to show that yet that they're capable of doing that. They are capable of doing that. If they really like they should be on it right now. But am I too advanced? As the future has not gotten to that point where you can be traced by any messages that you sent to your exact location. I mean, these things, don't underestimate them. They could pinpoint exactly where this is coming from and where they're getting this like transmission from. They can do it. I just don't understand why they haven't done it or they are working on it. I mean, it's pretty slow. It's been 16 days now. You know, and the fact that they can't trace where like these ransom, they can't trace it to where is it coming from. Like I just truly don't get it. You know, it just doesn't make, to me it doesn't make any sense, and it's just it's very it just reminds me of OJ. I don't know why I'm keep getting OJ. Like this is some mystery shit, man, and why OJ is involved. I just don't understand that shit. My head, it works that way. I started listening, and then it's just telling me it's like OJ. I'm like, oh Lord, are we playing this OJ mess all over again? This is like crazy. All right, let's see what we got here. Who's this? Oh, this is Benny Johnson. So let's watch. Fucking crazy.
It was a radical idea.
What the hell?
Imagine doubling the federal minimum wage. I can't do this. No way! Rich kids, they deserve to get a free education.
What the fuck?
That is what democracy is.
What the hell?
What's up, guys? Benny. There's something called the Munich Security Conference. It takes place in Munich, Germany. in order to try and prevent war on the European continent and around
Yeah, I think
the
he's still
world.
building it, right?
Here, you have to be smart and powerful.
You still got
be
a lot
head-of-state
more to
diplomat,
go.
A
I
military
know they're working
leader,
on it.
top brass you're talking about. So I'm not exactly sure how AOC.
But I know
got an
they're
invitation,
monitored. They
lowered
monitor the area. I don't
total
know.
IQ of the conference by about 70 points. Nonetheless, AOC is there testing the waters for a 2028 presidential run,
She
not
don't
just
know
mixing
shit.
drinks, although I'm sure she's great at that. AOC is actually speaking on panels at the security conference. So how is that going? And more importantly, and firstly, why
an
is she
idiot.
even there if the world's going to end in about 18 months?
Millennials and people and Gen Z and all these folks that come after us are looking up, and we're like, the world is going to end in 12 years if we don't address climate change. And your biggest
That would be
issue
2028.
is
So she said this
your biggest issue
about
is
2028.
how are we going to pay for it? And like, this is the war. This is our World War II.
This is a BBT. This is a BBT.
Our World War II.
It's pretty amazing that she's in Munich
She's
talking
stupid.
about World War II as
Oh,
climate change. Let's see how it's going for AOC. How about just an obvious question? One of the hottest military and economic zones in the world would be the China Sea, Taiwan versus China. China wants to go and take back Taiwan. Taiwan wants to be independent. America is backing Taiwan. And this has the potential to potentially spiral out of control into an actual war between America and China. Many people expect this. So AOC, let's field this very simple, very predictable question. What should happen if America goes to war with Taiwan? Go.
The U.S. actually commit U.S. troops to defend Taiwan if China were to move?
I think that this is such a, I think that this is this is, of course, a very longstanding policy of the United States. And I think what we are hoping for is that we want to make sure that we never get to that point. And we want to make sure that we are moving
No, you're retarded. Oh, no. Oh, no. AOC.
President?
AOC. What the hell was that? That's completely unedited. There's no meme added. There wasn't.
Would and should the U.S. actually commit U.S. troops to defend Taiwan if China were to move?
A minute straight. I've heard you saying.
I think that this is such a, I think that
what?
This is a.
Oh my God.
Today, Junior.
Damn. Damn.
They're gonna run her for president. Okay, here we go. Here's another one. AOC pontificates that we
And
can't
she's gonna run as vice
capture
president for
leaders
Kamala Harris
because their countries are below the equator.
Give me a drink, bitch. We look at what happened in Venezuela, for example.
Venezuela.
It is not it is not a remark on
so out of place.
Who Maduro was as a leader. He canceled elections. He was an anti-democratic leader. That doesn't mean that we can kidnap a head of state and engage in acts of war just because the nation is below the equator.
We had a warrant for his arrest. What is she talking about?
So here's the equator. Here we are. Let's zoom on over to Google Maps here. Okay, here's our whole world. Here's the world. And here is the equator.
It's
pretty
to your right.
People know the equator.
Up.
It is
Dude, where are you looking
the
at?
demarcation line between north and south. And here above the equator is the entire nation of Venezuela.
It's pretty big.
So it's not, in fact, south of the equator.
Damn.
AOC mocks Marco Rubio because he's talked about how the Spanish brought horses and created the American cowboy.
From Spain to Western culture. My favorite part was when he said that American cowboys came from Spain.
I thought they came from Winnetou, but
I believe the Mexicans and descendants of African enslaved peoples would like to have a word on that. Rubio.
This is your brain when you get all of your education from TikTok. The roots of the American cowboy culture trace directly back to the Iberian Peninsula.
What?
In
It's
Spain?
so out of place.
Spain also,
How
has
does he keep
cowboys.
getting elected to Congress?
And
Like,
they
how is
introduced
she
the
in
first
Washington?
horses to
Go back to the bar.
Americas. AOC says that whiteness is imaginary, and it's no different. It needs to be differentiated into being English, French, or German.
Culture difference between whiteness.
Yeah, the
and
Democrats stole a lot of the shit.
national, like your actual culture, right? Whiteness is
Democrats are stupid, man.
an imaginary thing. Being German is real. Being Italian is real. Being English. These are rich cultural heritages that are based on values, and they are so much a part of what make our cultures and our societies what they are.
I think she needs to have the surgery again.
She needs to run. She has to run. AOC is polling right now, number 2 for president for the Democrats. She has to run.
What an idiot.
This is your brain on left-wing socialist ideology textbook. Somebody needs to ask AOC if black people exist. Do black people exist? AOC will insist that brown people are real, black people are real, and even people of color, whatever that means, are real. White people are imaginary. Totally indefensible horse shit rooted in open disdain for white people. Runner for president. Here's my full endorsement. Runner for president. AOC on Venezuela doesn't know where Venezuela is. Venezuela is fully north of the equator. No part of Venezuela, which is a huge country, is south of the equator. All-time great community note. The roots of the American cowboy are actually from Spain. AOC shouldn't engage in actions like below the equator. Just wait until AOC discovers who colonized Mexico. Oh, man. Okay. AOC should probably refrain from talking, especially abroad.
She's an
idiot.
idiot.
Venezuela and Maduro.
She's Puerto Rican, so I
0%
can
of
talk.
Venezuelans,
I'm Puerto Rican too.
below the equator.
She's a fucking idiot.
This is
She's
the
dumb
intellectual leader of the
shit.
Democrat Party. Please let it be.
Her and the bunny.
Okay, one more. We can do one more, right? The social experiment of taking a 20-something-year-old cocktail waitress and putting her in the United States House of
Why?
Representatives
And who's
is
paying?
going exactly
They're
like
paying
how
them
you
to act like this.
For
Be
inconvenient,
like
I
this.
think what we identify is that in a rules-based order,
She's
hypocrisy
not smart.
is vulnerability. And
She's
so
just
I
very
think what we are seeking is a return to a
talking shit out of her
rules-based
ass.
order that eliminates the hypocrisies around when too often in the West, we look the other way for inconvenient populations to act out these paradoxes.
Like, it would be so insulting to ChatGPT to say that sounds like a ChatGPT answer. Literally impossible for
What the
cowboys to have been
fuck?
here before the Spanish because
Yes,
horses weren't here before the Spanish.
I'm in the
brought
twilight
them over.
zone.
Idiots.
I told you I'm in the
You
upside
think
down. You
AOC
guys
had a
are
room
here with
temperature
me.
IQ. Now I think it's below freezing. Seeing AOC in the world stage is so
I
cringe. Now
died.
imagine her as
I
president.
came back. I'm living a different alternate
Finish your job.
universe, and everything's upside down.
I'm telling
you. But I'm meeting cool people along the way.
They've got.
This is
They've got to make
such
her the candidate.
You know, I think that
They got to make her the candidate in 2020.
this is a
imaginary.
I'm full team AOC. Where like I'm gonna start the
saying.
campaign
I don't know
website
what
right
she's
now.
saying. She's a
Put
fucking
up a sign in my
idiot.
yard.
You know she's a
This
fucking
has got to be. It's got to be it.
Says to
Her versus JD Vance, Marco Rubio.
She's an idiot.
I don't care. I don't care. It's got like this is what we need. This is the pick me up I've been looking for.
Yeah, she did.
This is what we need.
She wasn't from the Bronx, like she says.
Just run
her
Donald
ass
Trump a
was.
third
She was
time.
from that's the uptown girl. She's an uptown girl.
We're gonna win.
She's been
We're gonna
living
win.
in
We're
a
gonna win.
white little
win.
world.
Sure. Not tired of winning. in the chat. Make sure and subscribe.
There you go. That was Ben Johnson. That's fun. Let's keep it moving.
I want you to take a look at this Kamala Harris-esque moment from AOC when she was asked about China and Taiwan.
Oh, no. Everybody's talking shit about this.
Should the U.S. actually commit U.S. troops to defend Taiwan if China were to move?
You know, I think that this is such a, you know, I think that this is a, this is, of course, a very long-standing.
They should put this track where someone using the
the
bathroom.
United States, and I think what we are hoping for is that we want to make sure that we never get to that point.
She's a fucking idiot.
Exactly convincing, was it? AOC wasn't the
President?
only one. Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer
Man.
also struggled to answer a question.
This is not
on
Make-A-Wish,
foreign
girl.
policy.
This is you running the country.
Ukraine, what
This
does
is not
victory look
Make-A-Wish.
Ambassador. No, please. I'd love to hear your answer.
Oh, Lord.
You know, I do think that Ukraine's independence, keeping their land mass and having the support of all the allies, I think is the goal from my
I know,
vantage
right?
point. Go ahead, Ambassador, do a better job.
Even she admitted someone else do a better job. Joe Concha joins me now. Joe, look,
They
these
put her in her-
two are
they said
supposed to be
he could do a better
potential
job than
2028
her.
White House contenders. I mean, that was the most
That's crazy. I
unconvincing
gotta turn on
performance
more
I've ever
candles.
seen in what was a
That was
pretty
crazy.
friendly environment. What say you?
Absolutely, Ashley, and thanks for having me. Yeah, I think particularly
Gotta light it
AOC
up,
disqualified
Mark.
herself
Need
as a
more
potential
energy.
commander-in-chief. Her answer on China and Taiwan, which
There's a
she
lot of
just played,
stupidity
made
going
Kamala
on.
Harris's word salad sound competent.
I'm telling you, I'm living in the upside down. I got the three. I got like this is the third eye math.
Response did she come close
I
to
got
anything
everything
resembling a
that
rational
is
thought? I counted just that
unveiling
clip you
in
just
front
played,
of me.
Ashley.
Yeah.
7
And you guys
uhs
are
or
just
ums in the first 12
watching it
seconds
with me.
before she actually got to something, I guess, resembling what she wanted to be an answer. It was like watching an unprepared sophomore in high school trying to get to a minimum
She
time
is
count during an
out
oral
of
essay.
her league.
And now everyone in this country is dumber for
She
having
shouldn't even
heard
be
it.
in Congress. You know what
and
she
Gretchen
should be?
Whitmer did no better as
She
far
should be
as
the
her answer as
bartender
well. Potential
again?
presidential candidate,
Or
certainly
maybe
a vice
running
presidential
for, I
consideration.
don't know,
Foreign
mayor of New
policy,
York
I
City?
know that doesn't tip the scales necessarily in presidential elections as much as they probably
She go run
but
New York City.
those clips you just
She
played
seems
there have
so
gone viral and
passionate,
it ain't
and
good
she knows
for
what she's
AOC or
doing.
Gretchen Whitmer, that's certainly
Yeah,
for sure.
Why don't you go
one word, painful.
and
But let's move on, Joe. Democrat Senator John Fetterman is criticizing his own party's treatment of the Save Voter ID Act, especially when they refer to it as Jim
that's a
Crow
good song.
2.0. Watch
Thank
this.
you. That's what Billy Joel wasn't singing
84%
about
of
AOC.
Americans have no idea with presenting IDs to vote. So it's not like a radical idea. So I would never refer to the SAVE Act as like Jim Crow 2.0 or some kind
It is a
of
good
mass
song, though. I like Billy Joel.
conspiracy. But that's part of
Like
the debate
his
that
music
we're
back
having
in the
here
80s. Oh my
in the
God.
Senate right now. And I don't call people names or imply that it's some kind
I
of
grew up
things.
listening to Billy
There's
Joel.
something gross about the terrible history of like Jim Crow.
Mr. Fetterman from his basement, apparently. You know, Joe, look, the public overwhelmingly supports
Billy
voter
Joel. I
ID.
love listening
so
to
why
Phil
is the
Collins.
left so
I like
vehemently
Phil Collins
against it?
music.
What's the real issue?
The real
I
issue
like
is, I guess they really
Peter
do
Gabriel.
want maybe 12 to 15
He's
people,
another
50
one of my
million
favorites.
people, that enter the country
Mm.
illegally, Ashley,
Peter Gabriel.
to maybe vote in future elections by giving them a path to citizenship. And eventually in states where it comes down to 1 or 2 points, like in every presidential election, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Georgia, North Carolina, Arizona, Nevada, that can make the difference between a Democratic president and a Republican president. And obviously in the midterms, that has a big impact as well. And John
Jim
Fetterman,
Crow
again, the
2.0
voice
is
of
still
reason
good.
in the Democratic Party, a lone voice of
You
reason, it
need
seems.
an
The
ID.
numbers are the numbers, actually.
That's
We've
it.
talked
End of
about them on the
story.
show. 84%
Citizens
of Americans
only.
overall support voter ID. If you want to get on a
No
plane or rent a car or buy
immigrants
liquor
voting
or do
in the
whatever you
elections
need to
like
do
they
with an
did.
ID, I would think the most sacred thing we do in this country as a citizen is vote. You should need
And
voter
how they
ID.
got
And oh, by the
Madani
way,
into
70%
New York
of
City
Democrats
mayorship.
support this, 75% of black
How do you
voters
think that
support this,
happened?
76% of Latinos support it. They're on the
He
wrong
did a
side
lot
of
of
this issue by a
investigation.
country mile.
Madani
Yet
shouldn't
probably
have
won't
been
pass in the Senate,
mayor of
Ashley,
New York.
because They need
But they're
60 votes
just
to overcome the
experimenting
filibuster.
with him,
And right
seeing
now, outside
how
of
he
Fetterman,
does.
no other
And Trump wants
Democrats
to
seem to be
see
going along.
him fail.
Before we go, Mr. Concha, I believe I'm hearing someone singing happy birthday. Isn't it your birthday today?
Aw. Happy
The
birthday.
word is out. Yeah.
It's out.
On Facebook, I'm
Aw.
still 39. It doesn't move my age. It's amazing. So another anniversary to 39th birthday, Ashley. Yeah, what can I say? It's going to be a fun day. My kids are off. Wife is here. We'll have some fun. And joining you is probably the highlight of my day, of course.
It's not President's Day, and thank you for that. It's Joe Concha's birthday, so that's why we're all off. Now I get it. Joe, thank you very much. Have yourself a fun day. Enjoy the cake and everything else. Appreciate it, my friend.
Happy birthday. That was really cool. All right, let's keep it moving.
New York Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, the
Congresswoman and presidential candidate for 2028, did an hour panel that was mainly focused on foreign policy. At one point, AOC was asked if she thought the U.S. should commit troops to help defend Taiwan if China were to invade the island, and she appeared to struggle in finding the right words for her response. Take a look.
I think that this is such a, I think that this is a, this is of course a very longstanding policy.
Kamala does the work.
And
She's
I think what we are hoping for is that we want to make sure that we never get to that point, and we want to make sure that we are moving in all of our economic research and our global positions to avoid any such confrontation.
Damn, that was
That moment
horrible.
was seized on by critics of AOC, who argued that she should have a better response ready for such an important foreign policy issue.
Oof.
Tensions between Taiwan and China have ramped up in the past couple of years, with some in the U.S. military believing China could move on the island as soon as next year. It would be disastrous. Conservative commentator Niall Gardner wrote on X, "I look forward to a clueless socialist AOC debating J.D. Vance or Marco Rubio in 2028. Her knowledge of foreign policy, national security issues is practically zero."
But others felt that the
Oh my God.
comments were more a result of the Democratic Party as a whole not having a firm stance on the issue. Writer and activist Melissa Chen says, "I can't stand AOC's politics, but to be honest, this tongue-tied word salad moment at the Munich conference isn't really her fault. The truth of the matter is that her party failed to give her a proper canned response, so she was rightly afraid of answering this question because any wrong answers risk unleashing Beijing's wrath."
And in a separate panel at the conference, AOC was asked about the possibility of imposing a wealth tax on billionaires in the U.S. That's a subject she likes addressing, I think, more than foreign policy. She appeared to reiterate her support for such a tax, but she said she doesn't think she should have to become president for it to happen.
So when you run for president, are you going to impose a wealth tax or a billionaire's tax?
I don't think that I don't think that anyone, and that we don't have to wait for any one president to impose a wealth tax. I think that it needs to be done expeditiously.
What?
Well, we'll come back to that. Let's stick with the policy stuff. I think chatter around this was AOC, who is going to be interested to hear what she'd have to say on these subjects. Not her area of
She's known
strength.
for doing nothing.
I don't think I saw in other remarks she made, I thought she was more impressive, how she tied in resentment against the elites and the surging nationalism and populism, and talking about how, from her perspective, now I don't agree with this at all, but from her perspective, that's about economic insecurity, and it's why we need to address the underlying economic insecurity in society to mitigate those nationalist, populist, far right, in her view, sentiments. I don't agree with her, but that was transmuting it into something she's comfortable talking about.
No,
so I thought that was
get the
skillfully
transcript.
done. This answer was
You get the
obviously not good.
transcript.
I mean, she got what she said eventually was fine. She didn't say it in a very eloquent manner, and those ums and ahs and pauses at the beginning were not at all encouraging.
A parody.
It's
on
because there's
this.
Democratic
They need to be
incoherence on
working
this.
it
I mean,
right now.
we want to leave strategic ambiguity because we don't want to be in World War III with China, but we also just don't want them to invade Taiwan. So we want them to think that we would defend it militarily at all costs, even if in reality, I don't know that we are going to fight a war halfway around the world over this. So we just That's the ambiguity. We're
Bimbot
just
is broken. We need
defending
another
Taiwan is
Bimbot.
very important. China cannot do this. We
I like
oppose
Austin
them.
Powers.
We are willing to make strong efforts to stop them, but we don't want it to come to warfare. So we will continue to negotiate, apply economic pressures if need be, and do everything we can to not have it result in World War III. But yes, Taiwan is important. It must be defended. That's what you say. And she actually did basically say that. She just didn't say it very eloquently, and it took her a while.
Well,
right?
I think she certainly could have answered the question better. When I step back and look at the entire conference, this is a place reserved for generally like diplomats, world leaders. So to see her there, yes, I agree with you. I was being sarcastic earlier. She certainly is setting herself up for a wider stage, her presidential run. And so she has to be prepared for these questions. I think when we look at the way that the U.S. under the Trump administration has behaved in recent months, from taking Maduro out of Venezuela to moving forward and saying you want to take over Greenland, and people saying the way that we treated Russia instead of Ukraine as more of our ally and treated Ukraine as, I think that all adds into encouraging places like China to go ahead and move forward in Taiwan. I mean, if the U.S. is over there doing whatever they want, acting like it's conquer and do whatever you want, then why would they not? And so that's probably an argument that you've always disagreed with, but we're egging them on to say this is acceptable behavior. And so yes, we are in a position where that's what we do and are doing.
False. They are not looking at what we do and saying, oh,
you don't
because
know.
the U.S.
You don't know.
Let me finish. Because they attacked Venezuela, because they said some things about Greenland, that means we are now within our rights to take out. It's the reverse. If anything, it deters them from doing it, because it shows that we're ready to go to war. We will fight to defend our interests. We are not going to sit idly by as they gobble up more land. And in fact, what we did in Venezuela was in part about interrupting resources for them. It's about defending our issues vis-a-vis China. So it does not embolden them. It puts them on notice for what we're prepared to do.
I just think it's wholly hypocritical for us to lecture about the appropriate ways to take over or not take over certain parts of the globe when we are arguably in the middle of a debate about it's hypocritical for us to tell China what they shouldn't be doing. We just went into Venezuela and have no plan for moving forward. No, we took out a leader about drugs and crime when the main drugs aren't even coming to this country from that country. And so we're telling you, we're keeping you in jail while we don't change the leadership.
Is Maduro the rightfully elected president of that country?
No, but
he is the illegitimate leader of that country.
Fine.
So it is not hypocritical. It is not. I mean, you can say we shouldn't have done it. You could I'm fine to have the conversation, but there's not a moral equivalency or hypocrisy there if they were to what they've done in Hong Kong, or if they were to take over Taiwan. No, those are places that should be sovereign and independent because they want to be independent of China, that have democracy and human rights, and China does not have democracy and human rights. So it is wrong for them to do that. The reverse is true in the U.S. case. We have democracy and human rights. Venezuela has a dictatorship run by a evil person, and we took him out. Not hypocritical, just different things are different.
Okay, and circling back to the criticisms about her lack of foreign policy experience, that's laughable. I want to know exactly who's criticizing her, because the Trump administration is full of people who lack foreign policy experience that are running the show and MAGA.
Like Marco Rubio?
No, like Jared Kushner, like Tulsi Gabbard, like Pete Hegseth, like the president himself. Right. So we have all these standards for AOC who's slowly building up.
That you can say they lack experience. I mean, they were. Jared Kushner's policies are not necessarily mine, but he was
military service
senior advising role for the first Trump administration, engaging in negotiation and diplomacy with world leaders all over the place. I mean, you could say maybe he didn't have experience at the beginning. I don't know how you can say that now. He's been doing that job for years. He now has the experience.
Okay, Tulsi Gabbard, explain her. Pete Hegseth came from Fox News.
She was
to
a member of
the show.
Congress, and she's traveled.
So in the same way that's what my point is, that if you accept these people, then you need to accept AOC moving forward. Don't just be critical trying to point out things that she hasn't learned. Well, she has 3 more years to figure out how her policies land on every single.
3 more years to figure out policies from now.
She's new to the game of
how the
commenting on this. She has not done, I don't think, a ton of international trips or meetings with world leaders, or has not focused on those issues in terms of her congressional. It's not a knock on her. Honestly, I'm not even.
I mean, people online took that soundbite and were like,
she's so delusional.
Study a little harder for the exam next time, I guess is what I would say. Obviously, she wants to do the wealth tax on the billionaires. We're seeing how that's going in California. They're all fleeing to Florida. So if we did it for the whole country, they'll all flee to
where?
Canada? I don't know. Maybe Canada, maybe, if they have a less, if God, that would be a sad day if Canada had a less punitive tax and regulatory regime than the U.S. Then our loss will be their gain. That could very well happen.
I think AOC was looking quite presidential. I'm not gonna lie. I didn't watch the clips. People I listened and read.
Yo, this lady's delusional.
You have to admit that. You won't admit it?
I mean, she
is delusional.
If you're just counting the possibility that she becomes president, I would like on the right. I would like to disagree.
But she sounded like a fucking idiot.
She has a very decent shot at the nomination. I think she's probably in the 3.
And if the biggest issue is the billionaire's tax for her right now, and that's the biggest issue, well, she has a lot of other things going for her. I mean, a lot of people cannot relate to being.
We are doing an experiment in the billionaire's tax in real time right now, and it's not working out very well.
Yes, because billionaires are leaving California
because they don't want to.
But guess what?
The rest that could happen.
The rest of the people that populate California are staying.
What?
Well, yeah, but
they're not fleeing out of the state.
This is textbook Atlas Shrugged. Driving the most productive, entrepreneurial, successful, employing, innovating people in the economy, in the society, driving them elsewhere is a recipe for complete disaster.
But no one's leaving the country. I don't think that all these companies are leaving. If AOC's president, I don't think they're leaving the country. Everyone swears they're leaving at some point when somebody becomes president.
I didn't say they're leaving if she becomes president, but if you do a giant wealth tax, they might leave.
That's what I mean. If she becomes president and implements a wealth tax, I doubt that these billionaires are moving to other countries. I just doubt it.
Does the wealth tax?
Yeah, you doubt it.
Okay. We have a lot more to talk
you
about.
Want to feel fire?
Stay with us.
You want to see how fast you get burned? Oh, an idiot. Yo, remind me not to ever watch this bitch ever again. Let's keep it moving. My God, I need some holy water. I need to douse myself with holy water after that. My God. She said that AOC looked presidential. We just heard her answer a very supposedly important question on foreign policy, and all I heard was Okay. That was very presidential. Was that better than Biden? I know Biden, he was just president like just a few years ago. And you know how he used to answer his questions. So at least AOC has I thought she was needed to go to the bathroom or something. I thought she was going through some kind of constipation situation. She was like, I think she was like transforming. Like she went through a brain fart. She went back to her like bartending days, and she was just lost. I know she's gonna say the lights were just a little bit too bright, and she couldn't think properly with the lighting in her eyes. She couldn't get the answer out. Like, they're gonna cover for her. They're gonna tell her, "You did a great job." Yeah, but no, you did awesome. That was so presidential. Yes, everybody clap. It reminds me of the Hunger Games. This is fucking crazy. The real life Hunger Games. Okay, let's keep it moving. Let's see what else we got here. Oh, another Benny. Let's check out Benny. No. I'm not gonna play the music, Benny. But
what's up, guys? Spenny, when the masses are waking up and ready to stage a revolution against the predator elite and their monstrous habits as exposed in the Epstein files, and Barack Obama, three-term president of the United States, I'm counting Joe Biden's cadaver term as one of Barack's, when Barack Obama himself is now embroiled, hiring Jeffrey Epstein to cover up his own prostitution. Oh, yes, and we have the receipts for that. It's time for bread and circuses. It's time to pacify the masses. Shut up. Shut up, people. Look, it's Barack Obama and Mike. Mish. This is what Barack calls her. Mish. There they are. Look at that. The
Yeah,
image of
look at
love.
that dude. Does she look happy?
When a woman goes like this.
That's not even a kiss.
Nothing but love. No, don't worry. Bread and circuses. They were at the All-Star game. Barack Obama was literally catching balls at the All-Star game. There we go. Look, he caught a ball. He's catching balls. Make sure that it goes right to Barack Obama in this All-Star game that's watched by hundreds, maybe even thousands of people. Look, they're at a game. Basketball.
He got all happy.
Don't notice the size of Michelle's hands.
Damn, look at those hands.
Bigfoot.
Fucking muscular.
Legitimately much bigger hands than Barack Obama.
Yeah.
Anyway, bread and circuses. Be distracted. There's sparkly lights. Look, there's a flamethrower behind Barack Obama. Look at this. Wow. Flamethrowers, sparkly lights. Everyone be distracted. Don't pay attention to Barack Obama covering up prostitution by hiring Jeffrey Epstein. Barack Obama says he likes the Olympics. Barack Obama catches balls. Barack Obama gets a standing ovation. Barack Obama now opposes criminal aliens and opposes all aliens, kind of, by announcing there are aliens.
Here. Are aliens real?
They're real, but I haven't seen them. And
they're real, okay, but like I haven't seen them except for the millions that I let cross the border. But it's a totally different thing. Bread and circuses. Wait a second, I'm walking back on the alien thing. Whatever. Okay, it's all a distraction. It's all a distraction. Barack Obama is a famously private person who doesn't want to go out and do public events, who doesn't want to go out and have questions asked of him, uncomfortable questions. He's bad at this. He's never really been good at it. And he really doesn't want you paying attention to now the Jeffrey Epstein story tightening around his administration. This is Catherine Rumble. This is Barack Obama's personal attorney. She was the White House counsel, the most powerful attorney in America, everyone says. She was as close to Barack Obama as anyone. Well, of course, except for Jeffrey Epstein. She emailed Jeffrey Epstein. This is Catherine Rumler, former White House counsel for Obama. Look at the number of times she emailed Jeffrey Epstein. More than anyone else on the Epstein list. Look at this. Look at that. Look, almost twice as much as anyone else on the Epstein list. Look at in such incredible amounts, such frequency. Catherine Rumler loved Jeffrey Epstein. She emailed him all the time. The emails from Epstein correspondence. For all lawfare, she was the one who Jeffrey Epstein emailed. So it is fair to say that Barack Obama and Jeffrey Epstein shared a lawyer, and now we know as a matter of fact that Barack Obama hired Jeffrey Epstein. Bread and circuses, be distracted. Barack Obama's great. Isn't he great? No, he's not. And this side of Bill Clinton, he's the president who should answer the most about Jeffrey Epstein, the Obama administration's prostitution scandal, and the Rumler-Epstein connection. Let's read. Epstein, Obama advanced team member, Jonathan Dock. Okay, so advanced team member is like a member of the administration that goes on trips to get things in order. Jonathan Dock is like a nobody. He was caught with a hooker in a hotel room in Colombia. Okay, this is not good when you're in presidential detail. It obviously can cause major problems. Obama's then top lawyer, Catherine Rumler, attempted to cover it up, which cost her the Obama Attorney General job. Rumler just quit her $25 million a year job at Goldman Sachs last week. Oh no. What happened here exactly? Rumler Obama covered up for the prostitution scandal. Instead, they blamed the Secret Service. 10 members lost their jobs over the scandal. So they torched 10 members and their careers. This is where it gets really exciting. So who did order the Colombian hooker? It turns out it was 25-year-old presidential advance team member Jonathan Dock, who was staying in room 513 at the Cartagena Hotel. Cartagena Hilton. Doc was a nobody, but Doc's father, Leslie, is a huge financial backer of Barack Obama. Look at that. Doc started working full-time for the Obama administration. Oh, and the global women's issues at the State Department. Global women's issues, hiring the Colombian hookers. Doc's father, Leslie Doc, prominent Democratic donor who gave tens of thousands of dollars to the party to help elect Obama. In his previous job, he was a top lobbyist for Walmart. Oh, my. And he partnered with Michelle Obama on special projects. He, too, joined the Obama administration. Would you look at that? So Doc his son went on, got a plum job at the White House, and then hired a bunch of hookers. And then they blamed it on the Secret Service, which is total scapegoating the Secret Service to protect one of their dirty donors. And here's where it gets great. This is where it gets amazing. There was a cover-up orchestrated by Catherine Rumler and Jay Carney to avoid implicating Doc and his dad while throwing the Secret Service under the bus. So they said it was the Secret Service who were hiring the hookers, but it wasn't. It was actually their donors. Get a load of this. As an aside, Doc's hookers had seemingly impeccable Instagram taste. The woman had posted photos of herself in undergarments in front of the Summit of America's sign in time for the trip. At that point of the cover-up, Doc's prostitution scandal only got bigger and included Charles Edwards, acting Inspector General, Homeland Security Secretary Janet Napolitano. Uh-oh. Okay, fine. Some kid bangs a hot Colombian hooker. Obama throws 10 Secret Service agents under the bus to protect one of his top financial backers. That's just life in D.C. Happens all the time. But here's the twist. Catherine Rumler brought on Jeffrey Epstein to fix it. Oh, yeah. The direct connection is unbelievable here. Here's an email chain between Rumler and Epstein when Rumler was hoping to replace Eric Holder as the next Attorney General. She lost to Loretta Lynch after this sex scandal blew up, drafting her response to exonerate Doc and avoid the appearance of a cover-up. Here's Rumler sharing some more thoughts with Epstein over the cover letter. Needless to say, this matter was strictly confidential and was secret at the moment, biggest scandal rocking the Obama White House. There's a text chain between Rumler and Epstein in clear context. Here they are going back and forth over the editing of this lie, this cover-up. They're going back and forth and exchanging notes and writings. Finally, here's a letter to then Obama White House Deputy Press Secretary Eric Schultz, sent in coordination with Rumler, who wrote the Washington Post article exposing Jonathan Doc's prostitution scandal. And here's the letter that Epstein helped Rumler draft, in which he also sent the Washington Post defending Doc from the sprawling prostitution scandal. Whoa. Yeah, the obvious questions of the Obama administration prostitution scandal cover-up, which Congress DOJ should finally ask. The most important question is, why did Obama's top lawyers summon the help of disgraced pedophile in planning her defense against a prostitution scandal? In the end, Epstein failed. Rumler's attempts to damage control did not work. She withdrew from the consideration to replace DHE. Oh my goodness. And then Jeffrey Epstein got her a plum job at the Rothschild's bank. You can't make it up. Obama administration turns to Jeffrey Epstein to help them with the hooker scandal. Oh my. Here's, of course, the full Washington Post article on this. You can go ahead and read it, detail it. And here are the Epstein emails, the aforementioned Epstein emails. Look at how much he was emailing Rumler about this issue. Here's their back and forth. Here you can see in the back. Ooh, man. Could have been the prostitute is pretty strong mitigation. Yeah, there you go. Here is Jeffrey Epstein drafting letters from the White House. Oh man. Here you go. This is directly from Jeffrey Epstein drafting White House press statements from Barack Obama. Rumler Obama coming up with the prostitution scandal in the Secret Service. 10 members lost their jobs over the scandal. Dirty, 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 dirty. So much worse. But remember, there's aliens now. Be distracted. Not gonna work this time. Not gonna work. Time for Obama to answer some questions about Epstein. It's your boy Benny. Like, share, and subscribe.
I was gonna say wolf. Like, that was a wolf moment. You're gonna definitely have to subpoena him. and bring them in and make them go through the embarrassment. You know, these individuals, they do this and they think they could get away with it because they were former president, that there's no accountability because I'm a former president. I think you are a fucking moron, and I think we should set an example by putting these individuals in Alcatraz. Who votes that? Raise your hand if you vote for. You can put a little hand emoji. You vote for Alcatraz to be reopened, and you could throw Obama and that Michael in there, and take Nancy and Schaffner and AOC and Maxine Waters and you, Jasmine Crockett. You know I got to mention that bitch. Like, you want me to give you a whole list of all the individuals that I want you to send to Alcatraz? That would be so much fun. I could just do a whole show just naming all the people that I want sent to Alcatraz. That would be awesome. Okay, let's go ahead and continue with some more Benny. She got the Austin Powers. Oh, look. It's a pasta. It's Austin.
What's up, guys? It's Benny. In the year 2008, Jeffrey Epstein pled guilty to being a child predator and was put in federal prison. He should have remained there if we actually had a justice system at all in this country. But nonetheless, after that, you'd assume that polite society and very powerful people in our government would stay away from Jeffrey Epstein. These are the kind of things that you don't really come back from.
That's right.
Yet in 2010, at the marriage of his only daughter, Bill Clinton had in a place of honor Ghislaine Maxwell. Ghislaine Maxwell, who the original Epstein whistleblower, Virginia Roberts, says is the architect of the entire operation. What is that operation? Well, Ghislaine Maxwell's father was an Israeli spy. Did arms deals throughout the world. I think you get the point. Ghislaine Maxwell also had a front row seat. She was ubiquitous at these things. It's far more likely that you see Ghislaine Maxwell in these photos than you see Jeffrey Epstein even. Like photos like this, where Bill Clinton is swimming, she's wearing a bikini, and a Jeffrey Epstein victim, our underage girl, no telling here, because she has the black box over her face. She's also wearing a bikini, but that bikini has fallen off in this next photo of Bill Clinton in a hot tub with the underage girl, trafficked girl. No telling.
You know, he likes to play with his.
Ghislaine Maxwell could tell us everything about what was going on. She, of course, had a hands-on operation here, so much so that she was even trafficking women to the royal family, right? Here's Prince Andrew. This is Virginia Roberts, by the way, who says that Jeffrey Epstein was kind of dumb. And that Ghislaine Maxwell was clearly the brains of the operation.
And she had to be in the picture.
We all know what Ghislaine Maxwell looks like. We've seen her in so many different photos. Obviously, you can see her all over the world. Some of these photos are quite famous. Here she is with her Israeli spy dad. So, what's going on with Ghislaine Maxwell? Recently, Ghislaine Maxwell has been in the news. Here's why. You can see some footage in the Epstein files of Ghislaine in prison. She's sort of putzing and doddering around. And, well, people are saying that it just looks like a pretty miserable life here, right? But what they're also noticing is that in a video, newly released video from prison, sure as hell looks like something has happened to Ghislaine Maxwell. Let's investigate. Ghislaine Maxwell pleads the fifth, but says she'll speak fully and honestly if Trump grants her clemency. She wants to get out of jail. She's going to serve the next 20 odd years in prison. She'll be out as a very old lady. And she released a video saying effectively she pleads the fifth with the new congressional hearing they have on Epstein. They subpoenaed her. They asked her to come in. This is a cabin that belongs to the Queen on the Queen's land. Isn't that something? And here was Ghislaine Maxwell effectively saying, I'm not going to tell you anything.
Ms. Maxwell, were you a close friend and confidant of Jeffrey Epstein?
I would like to answer your question, but on the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer this question and any related questions. My habeas petition is pending in the Southern District of New York.
Okay.
I therefore invoke my right to silence under the Fifth Amendment to the U.S. Constitution.
Let the record reflect that Ms. Maxwell has invoked the Fifth Amendment against self-incrimination. Ms. Maxwell, please be very clear. Are you declining to answer the question put to you solely on the ground that you believe the answer will incriminate you?
I invoke my Fifth Amendment right to silence.
Ms. Maxwell, did you at any time play any role in Jeffrey Epstein's activities involving the recruitment, grooming, or trafficking of young women or girls?
I invoke my Fifth Amendment right to silence.
So it goes back, it goes like that for the next couple of minutes. You can see here, this is the official video. This is the video that was posted by the GOP oversight. People are noticing something very odd, however, about this video. That, well, I mean, listen, she has been in prison for quite a while, but people are noticing that it doesn't really look like Ghislaine Maxwell. Using AI analysis for facial recognition, these two images are not the same person. Clear that two different individuals. Pay attention. The ears and nasal features. Oh my. Did they do a swap? They replace her with an Iranian lesbian.
Damn,
yeah.
God, that's not her.
A lot of carbs in prison. Prison seems to have butched up Ghislaine Maxwell. She's now new jawbone and new nose. Middle-aged spread, or quite clearly not
Wait
the
a
same
minute.
woman.
Let me make this bigger.
Not only Jeffrey
Who's
Epstein
that person?
dead, but Ghislaine Maxwell is not.
Isn't that
in prison.
Janaine?
The woman pictured is not Ghislaine Maxwell.
That's not Janaine. No, it's not.
They
That's
already
not
swapped
her.
Ghislaine Maxwell for a body double.
Yeah, it's not her.
Same things. Ghislaine Maxwell, please fifth. It's from.
Look at the cheeks.
I mean, yeah, dude.
nose.
It does seriously look like Michael Myers, right? Looks like Michael Myers playing Ghislaine Maxwell.
Yeah, the
it's not
nose.
the same nose.
The eyes.
Good morning. Ghislaine Maxwell has been replaced with a Chinese Temu cardboard cutout body double for her deposition. You can't make it
Damn,
up.
that's a Temu.
Here we go. You're not ready for this conspiracy theory. Is Michael Myers playing Ghislaine Maxwell?
Damn.
And also, this is like clearly a perjury trap, right? You can see in newly released video that here's Ghislaine Maxwell bringing women in to Jeffrey Epstein's Palm Beach apartment. She's like effectively like just delivering women to him. What would this be for? Well, you can see in this email, the purpose of delivering women. You can see in this email from the Epstein files, the hidden camera pointing directly at a bed. Are you okay with this layout? The bed is in the rear of the room with the sofa in front. If you're sitting up in the bed, you can still see the entire screen. There you go. The secret cameras pointing at the bed, the emails with Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. Now their hidden camera footage finally being released. Ghislaine Maxwell knows so much. Sure as hell would be nice to know what she saw. I don't know, in many of these fascinating situations. Like when she's staring literally down the barrel of Chelsea Clinton's. Like, why were you at the Clintons' wedding? What did Bill Clinton do in this scenario? But will we know if there's a body double? Oh, and one final little note here. Epstein jail guards used fake body to trick media waiting outside of the prison while pedophile's real corpse was loaded into a van, thrown into the trash compactor. Or maybe he's just living out his days in Tel Aviv. We don't really know, but wouldn't be the first time they used a fake body. So, I guess we'll have to see. Ladies and gentlemen, is Ghislaine Maxwell
They're
even
probably
real?
fucking
Or is she
out
really in
there and
prison?
shit.
Is she in Tel Aviv?
All right, let's keep it moving. Let's keep it moving. What is this? Oh, put this on.
Nate Friedman. Nate, your videos are so interesting to watch. I'm just interested in the views because we watched the protest and you actually get to hear from the protesters. And you have this guy who says he wants to seize buildings. So are these protesters satisfied with the Mamdanis or the Katie Wilsons, or do they want something more, something further?
Well, they voted for it. This is the base. What you heard him say, that is what they believe. This is not, that was one of the crazier things I've heard. Most of the time I hear, well, if rich people are going to leave the city, then we don't want them here. He's saying we're going to make it illegal for them to leave. Who's going to want to invest in building new homes if the government's going to come and seize it, which is going to make housing more expensive? It's going to tighten the supply. This is not going to work.
No, it's not. We need to study socialism and capitalism and have well-informed, thought-out ideas about these two economic systems. Let's take our viewers to another protest. This one is also New York City. This is about immigration. Let's hear what a protester told you.
What should we replace ICE with?
People of Minnesota are maybe with immigrants that can actually help us learn how they got into the country in the most safest way possible and how we can allow them to keep coming into this country safely and possibly. Let immigrants be in charge. Let them take over that role. Let them be in charge of Border Patrol. It's their issue, correct? Let them be the ones in charge.
What went through your mind? So immigrants taking over ICE? I mean,
it was one of the hardest times to keep a straight face in my videos. I've done hundreds of street interviews. That was crazy. That messaging, we know what she's talking about. She's talking about illegal immigrants running ICE, okay? And that messaging from the Democrat Party is to spit in the face of the people like my father and so many people watching who came here lawfully. And it's a strategy the Democrat Party is to brainwash them, to bring in millions of voters.
Tested their way
just
in.
like every other immigrant. No, they hopped the border because they were offered 4-star, 5-star hotels. And I've talked to those immigrants. And they tell me, I asked them, who will you vote for in perpetuity? Democrat Party. Wow. That was the plan.
What does this existential rhetoric do to them? Because you have, smart elected officials who go out and say things like Nazi and make these horrid comparisons between President Trump and a heinous ideology. Does it motivate them? Do they listen to the leaders, or are they doing their own thing?
No, they listen, and they become so hateful that it's devoid of any logic, because they'll call Trump Hitler, who's been the best president for Jewish people ever in this country. And I'll say, how is he Hitler? Is he putting Jews in gas chambers? No, not yet. They have to say things like this, which is they know is crazy, but they double down and they double down. Whatever's against Trump, that's what they'll say.
So are they nice to you when you go out there? Because you're asking questions that aren't necessarily compliant with their ideology. What do they say?
For the most part, yeah. Sometimes towards the end of the conversation, they see that maybe I don't think the way they do, and it gets a little bit intense. But I genuinely do want to know what they think. That's why I started this, because I want to get into the minds of someone who could support a mayor who's brought somebody in, a tenant director, who says that it's white supremacy to own a house. I mean, how can you get into the mind of someone like that without speaking to them?
So what happens when they get a policy deliverable? This is something I was wondering, because you had someone like Tom Homan come in and really manage a situation in a smart way and talk with people from the other party and come up with solutions. Because at the end of the day, I think we all want to see criminal, illegal immigrants off the streets that could harm children, that have track records of this. When they get a deliverable, do they take the win and find a new cause, or do they just not even recognize that the win has happened?
Well, they not really going to consider it a win. They'll say, first of all, they won't give Trump any credit. That's one thing that I've noticed. It's a common thread. So if Trump closes the border, there's less illegal immigrants, they'll say, something else. Like, Biden did that before, like whatever. So it's just whatever is against Trump, that's what it is.
Interesting.
Yeah.
That's quite an ideology.
Yeah.
I think there's a word for that. Is it TDS? Is that what I heard? Trump derangement?
Yeah, I'm very comfortable using that term. That's what I see out there.
And you're going to Spain next.
No.
Yes.
Hey, everyone. I'm
That's
Emily.
all.
Catch me and my co-host Harris Faulkner.
So, girl, it's been a while. Let's keep it moving.
It is one of the largest sewage spills in American history. And now
What?
President Trump says he wants the feds to step in. In a post on his True Social account, he called the spill, quote, a massive ecological disaster, saying FEMA should be involved. While temporary equipment is in place to keep the sewage where it belongs, our Tom Rousey went looking for answers about the Potomac's water quality.
Oh,
I'm near
no.
the C&O Canal in Cabot John, Maryland, and behind me here is where sewage that has bypassed a majorly damaged section of the Potomac Interceptor sewage line re-enters a non-damaged section of the pipeline. DC Water telling me they hope to have the damage repaired 4 to 6 weeks from now.
Damn, 4 to 6 weeks.
These pumps north of the area where the Potomac Interceptor sewage line
That's
collapsed
a lot of
are
shit.
sending the sewage around the damaged area. DC Water says because of the setup they
Right?
installed
Ain't
here,
FEMA broke?
no sewage has overflowed and made it to the Potomac River since Super Bowl Sunday.
We had one large overflow that evening, but since then we've only had a minor overflow that was contained within the site and did not reach the river.
John Lyle with DC Water says the top priority is getting the collapsed sewage line repaired and restoring this area near the C&O Canal to normal.
First, we've got 4 to 6 weeks for the emergency repair to return all of the flow to the pipe.
But crews also plan to do longer-term work to make sure this doesn't happen again. That will take up to 9 months.
A longer-term rehabilitation of the pipe in this corridor to improve the structural integrity of it.
DC Water says their testing shows levels of E. coli remain high in the Potomac, near where the pipe collapse happened in January. But in areas further downriver, like Georgetown, E. coli levels that were high in late January have been dropping a lot in recent weeks, as less sewage has been making its way into the Potomac than when this started January 19th.
Those numbers are encouraging. What we're seeing is the levels of E. coli are below what's considered unsafe.
Further south than Georgetown, numbers have never been high since the spill happened. But still, Maryland has restricted shellfish harvesting in Charles County all the way down to the Route 301 bridge. And D.C. and Virginia have issued warnings not to come in contact with the waters of the Potomac. Tom Rousey, 7 News.
Now, the pipe was built in the 1960s, and as Tom mentioned, DC Water says it was already working on plans to fix and replace other
natural fertilizer
Potomac interceptor even before January's collapse. It's important to note here, officials say this sewage spill is not affecting drinking water. And you can find all of our reporting on that right now on the homepage of WJLA.com.
They're like, damn, man, my place smells like shit. That's what the fish are saying right now. They're like, whoa, SpongeBob's down there. And he's like, dude, like, everything stinks. What the fuck is going on here? Patrick, you fucking shitting yourself again? It smells like shit everywhere. Like fucking SpongeBob, you're fucking crazy. Little square pants. Here we go. Let's keep it moving.
This morning, new warnings of potential health hazards
along the shit again.
River after a burst pipe last month sent hundreds of millions of gallons of sewage into the water. On one of the largest, this was one of the largest sewage spills in U.S. history. And Fox News senior medical analyst and author of The Miracles Among Us, Dr. Mark Siegel, joins us now. Dr. Siegel, the pipe burst in Cabin Johns, Maryland. 250 gallons of raw sewage poured into the river, fell on top of the ice, but now temperatures are rising, ice is melting. What are the risks?
And that's the key, that ice is melting. This has been going on for weeks as they try to repair the inside of the pipe. There was a blockage. That's 4 to 6 weeks, 9 months to get this pipe fully repaired. They're diverting the water so that it doesn't go into the river. But the water that already did, that froze, is now defrosting, and people are going to be exposed to bacteria like E. coli, Staph aureus, viruses, even some parasites. And the problem is you don't think about that. You're going down to the water's edge 9 miles downstream. It's going as far down as airport area. You go to the areas and you think people get the water on their hands, people put the water, then they put their hands in their mouth or they have cuts. This is what I'm worried about, and it can lead to infections.
Yeah, people are also worried about the smell. They're worried about recreation alongside the river. A lot of kids will play out there.
Now, like Victorian England in 1858, there was the Great Stink when the Thames River overflowed with sewage because they didn't have enough treatment plants there, and that's the key because the Blue Water Treatment Plant upstream in Maryland is where this water is supposed to go.
So this is not drinking water. This isn't going into. I mean, this is upstream of DC. Not drinking water, but if you play in it or if you touch it and you put your hand in your mouth and you have a cut. It can cause some serious MRSA, staph, E. coli.
All treatable, but you have to be on treatable. Obviously, hepatitis is worrisome, hepatitis A, but all of this is treatable provided you're on the lookout for it. And you said people are not expecting this. They're kayaking, they're swimming. They're using the water. They're getting it on their hands.
Some people, there were some reporters out there, and they didn't even know about it. So we're trying to.
You know, Ainsley, this is occurring not just here. I want you to know that every year we have a problem with the Delaware River and the Cooper River in southern New Jersey.
In Connecticut, we have the problem.
And in Philadelphia, from rain,
From
sewage water
Massachusetts
overflows,
to
and it
through
gets
the
into
Connecticut River,
not to
we
drinking
got
water.
shit coming
DC Water is
into the river.
monitoring this. The DC Water Bureau is monitoring this, checking for bacteria content in the water.
Okay. Well, they are cleaning it up. You said
You
it
know
might
that,
just take
Terry.
time.
You
If
know
play
the
in that
Connecticut
area, if
River's
you're in that
full of
area,
shit.
Be careful.
They
Thank
also
you.
can use aeration. They can use
Yeah,
lime.
because
There's other ways
their
they can
pipes
treat
up
the
in
water here if they
Massachusetts
have
is
to.
fucked
But
up,
really be careful out
and
there.
they
If you're
got
near the
overage, and
Potomac,
shit's coming
please
into
don't
the
be
Connecticut
bathing in
River.
it. I would say stay out of it and stay out. Even by the way, even the waterfront area itself, the shores of the Potomac, you can still get this
All right,
bacteria.
Charlie lives over there. Charlie, you
Charlie,
be careful.
watch it.
Wash
I'm not
your
shaking
hands,
your
Charlie.
hand. I'm not shaking your hand, Charlie.
Dr. Siegel's
right where we go shad fishing.
Okay.
I gave him a bump.
Don't eat the fish. Dr. Siegel's book, The Miracles Among Us. We
Don't
have
eat
more
the
facts and
shit.
friends coming up.
I'm Steve Ducey.
Yeah,
I'm Brian
don't eat the
Kilmeade.
And I'm
shit.
Ainsley Earhart. And click here
But
to subscribe.
we have that same problem here in Connecticut with the Connecticut River. You know, like there's been stories. It's been like that for a long time now, and it's something with the pipes or something that it's just the shit gets into the fucking river, and it's just the river's just full of shit. And but it's like a hush hush. They don't, you know, it's a democratic states, democratic problems. They don't want to like put it out there in the public like crazy, but it's a bad problem with the Connecticut River. But maybe I'll pick up a story maybe tomorrow. I'll see if I can find about the Connecticut River because it's just super disgusting. All right, let's see what else we got here. Hope everyone's having a good night. All right, we got breaking news. Let's see.
That breaking news captured by Live Copter 3, just a
Oh,
catastrophic
yeah.
scene there. The Yuba
That
Water
pipe.
Agency says a pipe burst at the Colgate powerhouse on the Yuba River.
Not good.
Based on what we've seen, this caused multiple breaks in the penstock. That's the pipeline. That sent a torrent of water rushing downhill. Several people were forced to evacuate, and initially, one person was unaccounted for. CAL FIRE was able to rescue them and fly them to the hospital. Live Copter also captured what appeared to be buildings covered in mud, and some infrastructure is gone.
Well, the only access road in and out of that powerhouse area is washed out. There is that scene, and that is Lake Francis Exit Road. It is impassable. And with access in and out gone, crews have been performing aerial evacuations like this one here, a CAL FIRE helicopter bringing this person to safety. Live Copter 3 shooting this video. This was about 5:30 today,
Damn,
just
all these
one of
fucking
several
rivers are
evacuations
freaking
via
fucked.
helicopter. As for the threat to downstream communities, the water agency says
Oh,
there's no
remember
threat
the
of flooding.
train
So that
crash?
is some good
too?
news there. This
That
is a look
happened?
at where that pipe burst in relation to nearby communities.
Yeah, the
KCRA3's
fucking
Anahita
train cars
Jafari is
landed in the
live for
river?
us right now, as close to the scene as authorities will allow. Anahita, what have you been able to learn?
Yeah, we've been learning a lot today. We just wrapped up an interview with the Yuba Water Agency, as well as the Sheriff's Office, and Yuba County authorities responded to an emergency, as you mentioned, at the new Colgate Powerhouse earlier this afternoon. This all started around 3 o'clock when the Yuba County Sheriff's Office, along with multiple other agencies, including Nevada County, all showed up. They were called to the facility after an internal pipe burst causing flooding inside the powerhouse. When we spoke with the Sheriff's Office earlier, they mentioned that about a handful of people from the Yuba Water Agency were able to be rescued. As you mentioned, one person was actually swept up by the water. However, officials were able to get a rescue team to that person and get them to a hospital where they're now seeking medical attention. We did ask the Sheriff's Office the condition of that person, but they say at this time they're unable to answer how that person is doing. Take a look at some of this footage that we got from the sky. This is from our live copter. The Sheriff's Office tells us that there's no threat to the public, and Yuba Water Agency confirms that the new Bullards Bar Dam is safe. All of the workers from Yuba Water Agency have been accounted for, and the Sheriff's Office confirms that no one is missing at this time. Now, this did happen at the new Colgate Powerhouse, a 350 megawatt hydroelectric facility located along the main stem of the Yuba River. Meanwhile, PG&E tells us that more than 15,000 customers lost power around 3 p.m. after what it calls a non-PG&E hydro penstock failure. The failure flooded PG&E's Colgate switching station south of Dobbins. We're hearing that customers in Nevada, Yuba, Sierra, and Butte were impacted, and PG&E also says crews are working to redirect and restore that power for people in the area. For now, live in Yuba County, I'm Anahita Jafari, KCRA 3 News.
Okay, Anahita, thank you. We have more on that exact issue. You can see where several power lines were taken out, basically in that mud flow. In a statement from PG&E, the utility said more than 15,000 PG&E customers lost power after the failure of a non-PG&E penstock. That's the steeply angled water pipe that provides water to a powerhouse. The failure caused flooding of PG&E's Colgate switching station south of Dobbins in Yuba County. So you heard that from Anahita as well. This is a look at the current outage map. The utility says customers are affected in Nevada, Yuba, Sierra, and Butte counties. So we wanted to give you a closer look at exactly where those outages are happening. PG&E crews are working to assess that situation and redirect power to customers.
So we also want to show you the scope of the damage from this washout. Here is a before and after shot of the new Colgate powerhouse. This is a direct side by side there on the left. That's an aerial photo from the Yuba Water Agency. It clearly shows the infrastructure there at 3, and you can see all of the debris and the mud that has pushed the facility and also pushed some of that infrastructure out near the river. So this is still
crazy. That's crazy. Okay, we gotta figure this out here. Let's do a little housekeeping. Yeah, I hope everyone's having a good night tonight. This is a crazy world we're living in. It's just crazy. Like, weird shit's happening. It's just happening, you know? And we're just witnesses to everything that's happening. Oh, Lord. Another Benny? What is this? Michael Jackson with a baby? Oh, yeah. Oh, this is crazy. This is disgusting. Okay, let's watch.
Now, Michael Jordan told me he had something special. That's got to be a 50 ball. He took off just a little inside that free throw line, one hand and double clutching.
What's up, guys? It's Benny. I want to be like Mike is the advertising slogan that I grew up with, but after seeing some viral videos on the internet and reading the Epstein files, I'm not exactly sure about that. Michael Jordan, a champion in multiple sports now. His NASCAR team won the Daytona 500 championship. Michael Jordan is ecstatic. You can see him obviously quite emotional here as the race concludes. Michael Jordan going ham, right? Thrilled, crying with the trophy, sobbing, weeping, holding it. Kind of like old times, right? There you go. MJ, this is his team. Obviously, there's champion. Champion, once a champion, always a champion. Michael Jordan saying that he's so ecstatic, he feels like he...
Wait a minute. I had to pause, Benny, for a second. Didn't Michael Jordan sue NASCAR and actually won his case? I know he sued NASCAR, and I believe he won his case. And I guess this is like a prize, for him, and I don't know. It's just Jordan's always been weird anyways. He had a lot of secrets with that guy. All right, let's continue on with Benny here.
Won another championship
by the team, and we gave ourselves a chance at the end. And look, I'm ecstatic. I mean, I don't even know what to say. It feels like I won a championship, but until I get my ring, I won't even know.
All right, what size ring do you wear? Did you tell me?
13.
All right, well, the guy has plenty of rings. Okay, well, very good. But there is a disturbing piece of footage that has now surfaced after this celebration where Michael Jordan is ringing in the championship in a very peculiar way. Michael Jordan here with a young child. You hate to even say this, right? But I don't know, behaving strangely. Let's just go ahead and watch. Michael Jordan.
Why he's grabbing his ass?
Pinching.
He's got his legs.
Patting and petting the young kid.
No, that's grabbing his ass.
The young
my
kid
God.
tries to swat away his hand.
He's like, what the hell?
I don't know. I mean, that's a little weird. Hopefully he knows the child. Does that make it any better? Is it his child? It is not. We checked.
Oh my God. Yeah, grab that ass.
Odd.
That's Michael
Certainly
Jordan.
Something that would
Michael Jordan's grabbing that.
Further investigation. People are noting that Jeffrey is Michael Jordan's middle name.
Damn, Epstein.
And I've had about enough of this in the Epstein files. Oh no, Michael Jeffrey.
Damn.
Come on. Come on. Let's see. What are people saying about this? This is effing disgusting.
He grabbed that boy's butt like fucking hard.
MJ get away with this. The MJ video is a real problem, man. A real problem. 40 years of arguably the coolest legacy ever, and all out the window in 10 seconds. Inconceivable for somebody from my era, for MJ to look like this. Is the price you pay for grabbing kids' butts, I suppose. I mean, that is totally what he's doing here. Being completely serious. This is not funny at all.
I mean, you were gonna get his attention. You know, you pat him in the shoulders, you know, or shake him in the shoulders, like in excitement.
4 million people
grabbing and pitching his ass, and then rubbing his legs.
Chill out.
What the hell?
I don't know, man. Yo, generally, what's happening here?
Someone grab my ass like that and
could have
rub my
caused
legs
him
like
to
that.
do
I'm like,
this?
that's fucking
Daily
freak.
reminder to stop idolizing celebrities. People are
What
now
the hell?
crashing out on Michael Jordan.
And right in front of his father.
This deserves some explanation. Obviously, Michael Jordan is currently facing backlash after inappropriately touching a child on live television.
Damn.
He should be charged and universally scorned.
Oh my God.
Aggressive as vanity dad who failed only test that matters, stood by cuck laughing nervously, and
that was
took no
disturbing.
Appropriately violent action. Outrageous. That's Tyler Riddick's son, Bo. Jordan is like family to them.
Yeah, but
you
I don't
never did
understand
something
the
silly
ass
like this
grabbing.
to your nephew. Okay. So they're saying that it's the young son of one of the drivers. Okay. Guess who wasn't in the Epstein files, though? So, okay, let's investigate further. What is MJ doing? Michael Jordan is doing what? I'll never look at Michael Jordan the same again. This is 9/11 for NBA Twitter. I thought this was a meme. Okay.
Damn.
All right. Nah, the GOAT deliberately is officially over. LeBron is better than Jordan. Michael Jeffrey Jordan. It all makes sense. MJ fans trying to explain that video.
That was a lot of ass grabbing.
NBA is absolutely having a real one. Okay.
Crazy.
How about this? Let's take, Michael Jordan catching heat for this clip. Was it malicious or just an awkward moment?
Very
let's just
awkward.
Take this at face value. Let's say that the reports are true, and this is, clearly, if a kid is this close, he's touching the trophy, then the kid is one of the family members of the team. Michael Jordan owns the team, so Michael Jordan knows the kid, right? And they're friendly or whatever.
He knows the kid to grab his ass.
Michael Jordan is like a dude.
Yeah, I wouldn't
who
want anyone to grab
is
my ass like that.
pretty young at heart. It's still not wise. Let's say that it's just like Michael Jordan being silly. All right, silly time. It's still unwise to do this. It's still not smart. You're on national TV. You're pinching a young boy's butt, and the Epstein files were just released. It's still not a smart thing. It's still not advisable. It is an unwise thing to do. Let's say that you didn't mean anything by it, and this is just the playful way. The kid's parents are there, and there's nothing. You didn't mean anything by it. Still don't really buy that. Doesn't matter. Even if all those boxes are tick, 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 still shouldn't be doing this on national TV. What do you think people are going to think? What messages are you sending? You have to be constantly considering this. Michael Jordan was constantly considering this while he was playing. He didn't get into politics. He didn't get into divisive political issues. He never answered questions on that kind of stuff. He always tried to keep like a stiff upper lip, on the up and up, be a role model. He was constantly present on what message he was sending out to the rest of the world. So this is just a total lapse in judgment. You shouldn't be doing this. You shouldn't be grabbing little boys' butts on camera. You're just like, or ever. But like when you're on this giant national stage, you should have awareness of this. So that's just taking, the most common sense approach to all of this. Speaking of the NBA having a really bad one, Barack Obama, who is now totally embroiled in the Epstein scandal, is ubiquitous at the NBA All-Star game. Not that anybody cares. It was such a lame game. Obviously, right?
Yeah. Who's that dude? Woof. Woof.
There you go.
Woof.
Goodness.
Woof. You have to wear black because you can't see the crotch.
Great. Anybody ask him a question about Epstein?
You can hide it easier with black.
Nothing?
Nothing about that ugly. Damn, that place is ugly.
Obama plugging his lair during the Obama Library.
That shit's ugly.
But it has a basketball court. It's your boy Benny. What do you think of the MJ video? I think this is sound analysis, but let me know in the comments.
It's disgusting. It's disturbing. Like, even if you knew the kid and whatever excuse you want to use, it's still not an excuse to be grabbing little boys' butts on live. Like, cameras are recording all over the place. He could have gone up to the kid and do one of these, like, shake him, like, excitement, and the little kid can be like, yeah, But this guy was like trying to like what the hell he's doing? And then rubbing his legs like a Biden. What is this? He did the Biden? Michael did the Biden. But Michael did the grab, and Biden also did the legs. So, yeah, it's just fucking weird. What is going on, man? These Democrats are just so fucking crazy, man. Don't want to be like Mike. No. Not like Mike. Don't want to be like Mike. Fucking creepazoid. Why are you grabbing a little boy's butt like that? That's just weird.
Hey guys, welcome to the Liberal Hive Mind, a channel solely focused on exposing the abundant hypocrisy of the left. And here's the meme of the day, brought to you by 5mind.com. Okay, well, I guess let's call it the Don Lemon effect, as I coined it the other week. The Don Lemon phenomenon is where things can only get worse. Usually they say when you're rock bottom, there's only one way up. But in the case of Don Lemon, he kind of just further defines rock bottom as he goes. He's the limbo master, always going lower and lower and lower. And well, I'm new to learn about this phenomenon, and I've realized that actually maybe Don Lemon's not the only one. No, it appears this also affects none other than Ilhan Omar, whose situation day by day just gets worse and worse and worse. Apparently the investigation into her and her husband's alleged improper activity, the probe just went global. Yeah, I guess it's not just potentially scam wineries. No, they might have some other business dealings happening in Central Africa. It appears the feds have already found a trace. Ilhan and her husband have some serious explaining to do. Let me show you guys exactly what's going on. We got some stuff to get into, so let's roll the tape. All right, folks, so it appears Tim Minette and his wife Ilhan Omar are now at the center of a storm. Take a look at the latest update here at the New York Post. Ilhan Omar probe goes global with demand for information on husband's business dealings in Kenya, Dubai, Somalia. The probe of Squad Representative Ilhan Omar's husband, Tim Minette, and his shady business ventures could go global. House Oversight Chairman Representative James Comer wants the House Ethics Committee to look beyond the United States at Minette's failed business ventures and include places such as Somalia, Kenya, and the United Arab Emirates. Minette's investment from Rose Lake Capital wanted to build solar panels in Africa, and his main business partner received a $10,699 air ticket to Dubai after talks about a deal there. And so again, it seems to be painting a pattern here. Tim Minette all of a sudden is a massive business tycoon with millions upon millions of dollars to invest and start all of these very interesting, diverse and dynamic and very different businesses across the globe. Tim Minette goes from literal broke Democrat insider working under Keith Ellison to then getting down and jiggy with House Representative Ilhan Omar, and all of a sudden he's an expert at all business and operating on a level of wealth that's pretty extraordinary. Him and his business partners just getting $10,000 tickets as if they're VIP to apparently start another sketchy solar business. So first it was a winery and a cannabis company in California that don't seem to even exist. There's no location of business where Ilhan's winery is located. The commercial co-op building that Ilhan's business is operating in, even they claim that Ilhan's business is not there, as we saw in a previous video. But that winery, poof, in what, 12 months goes from worth $15,000, probably a couple, company assets, some equipment, I don't know, from a failed winery, and all of a sudden, boom, $15 million valuation. And you got Tim Minette here. Again, Ilhan Omar's registered net worth when she joined Congress, I believe, was $64,000. Tim Minette, as we understand, when he got with her, around the same, probably some student loans. And then boom, 4 years later, the couple is worth $30 million. And they got all this business all over the place, and it happened overnight. Usually starting a business is a learning process. It's a grueling operation. It takes a lot to build from nothing. It appears as though what Mr. Tim Minette is doing here is more akin to maybe like private equity. All of a sudden, he's flush with cash. Let me buy this. Let me buy that. Here's a little accounting trick. Oh, let's consolidate some of these businesses. And question number one would be, where would that money come from? And that's a very charitable assumption, because it could also be just literal fraud, campaign money embezzlement from his wife. We already know that's happening, or that's happened, to the tune of $3 million. Maybe there's some other backroom deals and some other things we're unaware of, a little pay for play kind of politicking, just like Joe Biden's entire legacy. But yeah, we're talking having potentially shady dollars and then not really legitimizing it with real business ventures, not acting as a legitimate private equity firm that's running real businesses on the surface, but rather potentially just nothingness. I mean, shell businesses, allegedly. Again, it's not necessarily legally confirmed, but that's kind of the impression a lot of people are getting. Where's Tim Minette going with this? The guy supposedly has a VC firm running billions, and he's made some serious dollars off of it, but according to reports, he doesn't even have a client.
His investment firm is real. It's supposedly real. Its DC headquarters appear to share office space at a WeWork, Steve. There's no track record of his firm managing money, doing M&A deals. No clients we see, investment deals, or any work it's done. They say they do work in 80 nations operating in. There's no SEC registrations for them as investment advisors.
Then you've got his business partner. They were involved in some sort of cannabis farming business venture. And the report from Fox News is William Haler had settled multiple lawsuits after being accused of defrauding investors in cannabis and wine ventures with Representative Ilhan Omar's husband. Again, painting the picture here. They've got this web of supposed fancy business ventures, but they basically have nothing to show for it. You got people suing this guy for fraud. Then we're talking solar panels in Africa getting flown out $10,000 business class to Dubai. Yeah, make it make sense. It looks like shells. And now the question is, well, what are those shells hiding below? I think for a lot of people, it's kind of like an Occam's razor situation. The most obvious is probably the most likely, especially with all the coincidences. It just appears as though Ilhan Omar and her husband Tim Minette are just so friendly with so many fraudsters. I mean, I don't know. I've been in business. I've lived a professional life. Behind the camera, I'm involved in all kinds of different things. I meet all kinds of different people. But for some reason, I don't know what it is, I'm never involved with known fraudsters being charged with with federal crimes or being constantly sued. But Ilhan Omar and Tim Mynett, everywhere you look, it appears they're in deep connection with these fraudsters. You got Tim and his closest pal, his business partner, being accused of fraud, and you've got Ilhan Omar taking all kinds of campaign donations from all of these Somali fraud networks, showing up at their restaurants. They're fake restaurants, actually, by the way, supposedly providing a service to the community with taxpayer dollars, but really only embezzling the funds, and now these people are in freaking prison or facing serious charges of fraud. And Ilhan Omar was all over the place there with all of them. Then you've got Keith Ellison, who's connected to her husband, who was caught on a recording making agreements, basically what it seemed as making promises of legal protection to these fraudsters who were donating to his campaign.
He's the attorney general of the state. Was pretty high up in leadership, decides to go back there. He is on audio tape and he's talking to the fraudsters. He says, I want to help you. They discuss how. They explain that they're being cracked down upon. He says, don't worry about it. As I'm going to use the power of the attorney general's office to stop that, to prevent that from happening. A few days later, guess what? Pops into his campaign account with campaign contributions from those very fraudsters. And he gives that money back only after those people are indicted.
Feel free to call me directly. And it is my goal to see prosperity among people who've been denied it. I do recognize there's a problem, but what I really need to move to be effective on your behalf is to get specific.
Absolutely.
And it's like, this sister on this day is having this problem on this. And then I can call up and like, what is the problem? And let me tell you, just being able to say, just getting the question, just getting the inquiry from the AG is sometimes enough to make people knock it off.
We need a true and steadfast partner to fight for basic justice. And that is your MO.
Well, brother, let me just tell you this. Yeah. Of course, I'm here to help.
Everywhere you look, it looks like a scheme, or just very, close within your orbit are all the schemers.
Well, now investigators are tracking the web of fraud to other Minnesota Democrats, such as Congresswoman Ilhan Omar. Many of the suspects linked to the scheme live in her district, including a restaurant owner who hosted events for her. He has since been convicted of stealing $12 million in COVID funds.
I don't know. It just feels kind of like a I wasn't born yesterday kind of situation. And so you have this whole web that's being created now. And when you ask questions, the response tends to be, oh, I'm a victim and you're a racist. I don't know. Kind of seems like a cop-out. Makes them seem even more guilty because a truly innocent person here engaging in real business practices with properly attained funds and loans or investments, well, you should be able to produce a paper trail, explain what the hell's going on. But instead, we've got this crazy web that's been formed. None of it makes sense. Everyone's got a million different questions. What the hell is going on at that supposed location in California that your $15 million business is listed at? When they say you're not even in the building, like explain that. Explain how that business is generating revenues and attained that sort of an evaluation. What products are you producing? What are you buying and selling? Who are your customers? Basic stuff. Any financial statements? The venture capital firm? Where's all the money? Where are all the clients? The cannabis farms? What happened there? The solar panel company, explain a little bit of it. They produce nothing, a whole lot of nothing. It's a slap in the face to the American voter. And it really makes you question why there aren't laws that kind of force exposure here. Same with Nancy Pelosi, right? Sitting in Congress like a damn fossil. And Paul Pelosi, somehow he always knows it, the greatest traitor of all time. Nobody could actually probe what's going on behind there. Feels like the same situation here. All Ilhan Omar has to do is kind of separate her finances, just endlessly present that as your public disclosure to the voter. And whatever her husband's up to, oh, she has nothing to do with it. No, of course not. Just negative 64,000 to 30 million in a couple freaking years. Yeah, again, really feels like a I wasn't born yesterday kind of situation now, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's crazy. Let's keep it moving. Let's see what we got here. I got to resize this one.
Bizarre Better Call Bank investigation about a truck that was mysteriously taken from a Riverview man's driveway back in November.
Tahoe has been towed right back to the man's home, but unfortunately not in the same condition. Inside consumer investigator Shannon Benkin joins us now with this new twist in the story.
Jen Josh, the attorney representing the plaintiff in the case that kicked this off, agreed to return the vehicle, but it's not even close to ready to get back on the road. It's bittersweet news. After 3 months of fighting to get his red Songer says it was delivered right back to his driveway on Sunday, but it's not the same.
The exterior here looks like they drove it through a Jurassic Park tour with the scratches that are heavy on here now.
Outside, there's a flat tire and scratches and a missing tag. Inside, belongings are gone, including his laptop computer and wallet with credit cards and his social security card.
I got a concern with, my identity now. Who has it? Is it in an inventory somewhere? Is it stolen?
This all started after a judge granted the seizure when a 14-year-old landlord-tenant case was quietly reopened. But our Better Call Bankin investigation found the plaintiff died in 2021. Court records show Songer wasn't served the lawsuit back in 2012, and the lease filed in the court case shows the dates of the alleged missing rent occurred months after the lease expired. The big question remains, how could this happen?
It's honestly mind-blowing still here how all this is going down.
But in the meantime, Largo attorney Jennifer Ann Garner is the attorney of record for the plaintiff, and Songer's attorney tells me she agreed to return this Tahoe and pay the towing and storage fees. And Songer is relieved to have it back, but he tells me his fight is far from over.
This is a huge mistake. She can relinquish the vehicle, obviously, but in this condition, I think anybody can honestly say that, that's unfair justice for sure.
So what happens to this truck now? Songer tells me he is filing an insurance claim and also reaching out to the plaintiff's side of this case to find out what happened. He tells me he thinks they should fix his vehicle, and he's prepared to fight that in court if he needs to.
Yes, he can.
I have no words. I mean, my initial reaction is, that somebody that's not him should be responsible for this. Do we know what happens next in the court case? Is it still going?
Well, I spoke with his attorney today. There are many questions now as to what happened here. Remember that the plaintiff in this case is deceased, and it's not the estate that's mentioned in this lawsuit. So there's many questions here, and the attorney tells me that he has filed a motion to vacate the original judgment in this case. So that has not been heard yet by a judge. This happened because the attorney agreed to, not because a judge said to. So it's moving a little faster than the case. So we'll have to.
Stay on it. I mean, I feel fully invested now, so I'm eager to see if outcome.
Truck's back, but it's not going anywhere.
The flat tire. I mean, come on. And the stuff gone from the inside. Stay on it. All right. Thank you. If you
That was dumb on him to put his Social Security in his wallet. You don't do that. You keep that safe in your home, only where you know where it's at. If you ever need it, you take it out and then you put it back, because easily someone could steal your wallet and then you lost your Social Security number and you're fucked because that's your identity. All right, let's keep it moving.
Is, will states reconsider their lax laws on pot? In 2012, only Colorado and Washington state had legalized recreational marijuana, but today it's legal in 24 states. And Tommy, as a practicing physician, I can tell you that what led to a lot of this was it being medically legal in 40 states, and that was used as a political cover for it being legalized recreationally, with the idea that it had been proven that it had medical uses. Now that's being questioned.
Yeah, well, you know more about the medical uses than I do, certainly. But I'll tell you this, to the point of all these videos we're seeing of these people saying, I was addicted. If you've ever been around somebody who smokes a lot of weed, most of us could deduce that they have an addiction, whether they're smoking it or they're sucking it out of their little vape pen. It feels very much like an addictive behavior. Listen, my big concern is young people. It's the young people that they're not going out and they're not interacting with others. They're sitting home on the couch playing video games, smoking weed. And they are been told that somehow that's an alternative or a better alternative.
Bitch, I smoke weed every day.
I don't know all the medical nuances that you do.
You need to come and
My
talk to
concern
me.
is that this has been billed
I'll go
as
and
some
talk
kind
to
of
you.
just harmless recreational activity, and it feels like it's definitely not.
And then I can say, Emily.
I wrote an op-ed last year in the Wall Street Journal called "This is not your parents' Woodstock weed," and the idea there, and other people
I'm
have said
smoking
this,
weed right
is
now.
that whatever we're calling this, marijuana, cannabis, whatever we're calling it,
Hey, Mary
it's not
Jane,
1.5%
420, whatever you
THC
want to
anymore.
call
it's more
it.
like 30%.
It's all
And that's
good.
why
I
you're
call it
getting
medicine.
cannabis-induced psychosis and all
So,
these side effects.
you know,
I hate to be a
to each their
buzzkill on
own.
this one, but I mean, I did smoke pot when I was younger, and
Yo,
I find it to
that's
be
what's up,
gross,
girl.
and it also makes you
I
impaired.
knew I'd like
I would
you.
not trust anyone getting behind the wheel. I don't know why marijuana was ever legalized for medicinal purposes. I'm all for it, and I know a lot of people,
Yeah,
cancer
for
patients,
medicinal.
who have relied on it heavily to help numb the pain
Medical.
of cancer treatments and all these other medical ailments. But to
Chronic
legalize
pain.
marijuana, I mean, when you walk out in New York City streets in particular, all you do is smell pot, and it's just a
I
legal
smoke
way
pot.
of
I'm sorry.
allowing
I do
minors
every
to
day.
get intoxicated. I mean, that's what it is when you're really stoned, you're intoxicated. Maybe not by alcohol, but I don't believe that kids and teenagers and 18-year-olds should have access to pot. And here, there's
Yeah,
vending
kids and
machines where you can buy
underage.
pot.
Yes, I agree.
In stores in Times Square,
I
they don't
smoked
ID you,
pot
they
when I
don't
was
care
young.
because it's legal. I think
So
it's
I
irresponsible.
understand
Joe, you have
that
another point of view
feeling.
on this?
Yeah, I
It was
mean,
it was
here's the
crazy.
deal. We're
And I
such
smoked them
this
creepy.
society is meddling in democracy in a way that makes me furious. I don't smoke weed. I don't drink
You
beer
don't?
or alcohol.
All
But to
right,
be
I
in a
don't drink
place where
beer
I
or
can sit and
alcohol.
watch alcohol commercials on TV
I'm
and hear
okay
someone
with that.
preach at me about how bad weed is, no. Take that
I don't drink
on somewhere
alcohol.
else. On the medicinal
But
side,
I
it absolutely
smoke weed.
works. It works so well for so many veterans I know. But
It's like,
just
Rick,
like you
this is
said,
your segment.
we
I
didn't legalize
know.
marijuana. We
We're gonna
decriminalized the
fight this
use of
out to the
marijuana. So
end,
it's
bitch.
unregulated. We're not looking at it and studying it and saying at what level of THC does it have the effect we're looking
I got my
for.
medicine
At
right
what
here.
level of
Like, I got
THC
one
does
right
it
here.
have a negative effect by
Got
and
a little
large
bit in
that
there.
we should try to
I
take out
bought
of our
some
society?
today, though.
That's the problem.
I got
We've
more
put so
of that
much emphasis
original
on
glue.
keeping it illegal at the federal level that we've neutered our
Hear that?
ability to actually
That's a
regulate it.
cool
And on
bottle.
that, I just want to,
It
because
has
this
7
really
grams
touches into another topic. In a
of
society,
medical
in an
marijuana.
industry in this country,
I call it
where we have no
medicine.
problem with SSRIs, with Zoloft
I like the jingle
or
sound.
Prozac or Lexapro. I'm not beating up on these medicines, but for God's sake, I can sit here and watch somebody become a
I
zombie
got my
on that
medicine
stuff.
right
I
here.
can watch somebody going to DTs coming off of it to the point that I don't think they're going to make it.
See
And
if
we've
we
got
zoom in.
societies around this world that have used things, psychedelics, like ibogaine, ayahuasca, peyote, psilocybin. I don't know how to say that correctly.
It's
These
like
are
Rick
things
is
that have helped people
taunting
find
him.
their spiritual
The hell
health.
yeah, I'm
These are
taunting him.
things,
Because
ibogaine's
I
something
smoke
that everyone I've
marijuana
ever
every day,
talked to that's ever
motherfucker.
done it said,
And
it
what?
changed my
I'm not
life.
sounding
It
an
was such a
alarm.
painful experience.
I'm
I hope
not
I
doing
never
one
have
of
to do it
these.
again.
I'm not doing
And you
this.
have to fly to
I'm
another
not.
country to
I'm
do
not ringing
that. So I
no
don't want to do
bells.
anything to undermine some of the medical
Hell no.
advancements and going to
I got some of my
traditional
medicine right
medicine.
here.
And I think we're on this
You
precipice.
need to
We're
smoke
teetering
some
on
with
this
me. That's
little
the
thing where
problem.
we have no problem discussing how bad
You
marijuana
can't
is,
talk
but
about
don't
it if
attack
you don't
alcohol
smoke
because
about
that's
it.
part of our culture.
So
Well,
you
you know
don't.
what? People get
You're
behind
not
the
a
wheel, drink it
user.
every
You
day,
can't
and
talk.
kill people. It
You don't
happens
know
every
what it
single
does
day. And I'd
to
much rather
people.
smell weed on the side of the street than I had liquor on someone's breath trying to talk to me. So I think we
Where,
can't
where
be
are you living
hypocrites
at
about it.
that you have
If
to
we
deal with
legalize
this?
at the federal level the recreational use of
Where
marijuana,
you
then we can
living
regulate
at?
it. And then we can make sure the
You live in the
THC
hood?
levels are consistent and below a point that it becomes some of these problems.
You
You
know,
guys
your
not
argument
paying
just
this guy
speaks to
enough?
why President Trump made it Schedule 3 instead of Schedule 1, because it's going to make it easier to study. Some people, critics, say he should have gone to Schedule 2, which is in between, because it's not proven medically. But you're making a really good argument for being able to study it more for medicinal use.
I appreciate that, Doc.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
You make
I'm
me
Steve
not want to
Doocy.
roll a
I'm Brian
joint.
Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to
Listen,
subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our.
I wasn't gonna do it, but I'm going to roll me another joint. They want to talk shit. They want to talk shit. And you have this guy there talking in the panel like he knows something. He's never tried it before. So how is he? It's going to be talking about it and talking down about it if he's never tried it. You know what I mean? If the motherfucker get lit with me, that motherfucker would be like, dude, this is fucking awesome. I feel so good. Like, I'm ready to do some more shows. I said, that's what. Jump on here with me and my Mind Over Your Matter, and we'll get the shit going. Oh Lord. I smoke. I've been smoking for years because of my injuries and because of my spine and all fucking. I think it helps me like be able to walk. To be honest with you, I think this like because all the chronic pain and from my back to my legs to my fucking shoulders it drives me crazy. And the weather's just really weird. We're gonna get a lot of snow next week, sometime around the 20th. Like I'm gonna get for like 3 days, so I'll be covering that starting on February 20th. But I've been smoking for a long time. I mean, I have a video on YouTube when I went to the dispensary. Like I took us along to a dispensary and I got medicine. Like you could always go back and watch that. Yeah. They want to talk shit. I'm rolling a joint. Fuck that. Hope you guys are having a good night because I'm gonna have a better one. I can't believe you talking that all that shit. I mean, the one that smoked, what was her name? I forgot her name. Well, she should have stood up and said something and said, listen, you can't talk shit if you haven't tried it. You know, you can't talk about it. You see how she was defending, like, yes, it should not be for younglings. It should not be for kids. I agree on that. See, I agree on that. I think any kid under the age of 18, no, this is not suitable for them. But if you're like 21, you know, even I would say 20, you know, because you know these 19-year-olds are gonna want to jump on it. But you know, it has to be over 21, like alcohol, you know. And the dispensary I go to, they have two sections. They have the medicinal and they have the medical. And I go to the medical part because I have a medical license. So with the medical license, I could get more medicine and I get a bigger discount. Yep, get a bigger discount. Like today, I picked up this original glue and I had points. I had $5 off. They had it today for this one was for the medical patients. It was $44.44, and then I had $5 off, so I used that. So I brought it down to like 29 something, and then I had a coupon. I had a birthday coupon. I did have a birthday, and they applied it to my account, and it was $25 off. So I ended up paying for 7 grams of medicine, $20.70. $20 for 7 grams. That's fucking amazing. You can't fucking get that nowhere. 7 grams for $20. It's like, damn, Rick, you like the bargains. I go, hell yeah. I like it when it's my birthday too, because I get that $25 off. And yeah, I didn't use it until today. I was like, fuck it. Let me use that bitch. Saved a lot of money. You know? Instead of 40 something dollars, I only paid 20. It's like, damn, Rick, that's only like literally half off. It's like, yup, for 7 grams. This regular price on this is over close to $60, like regular price. And I get a discount medical because I am a medical patient, so I get 20% off on Mondays. So I get 20% off the price on it, and then since I have points, I took $5 off, And then I had the coupon for my birthday for $25 off. So I got $25 off. So then it came out like $20. I think it was $20 off. I got the receipt here. Like Rick comes with receipts. Like, oh hell yeah, I come with receipts. What the I come with receipts. Okay. See, the price on it is $59.25. And it was $25 off. So I ended up saving $38.56. And I only had to pay $20. That was it. $20 and $20.70. But I had the 70 cents on me. So that was pretty cool. No, actually, no. Lies. Conspiracy lies. Conspiracy and lies. Conspiracies and lies. All right, listen. I read this wrong here. Because now I'm looking at it, I was like, wait a minute. Okay. So the price was $59.25 regular for 7 grams. Right? So they gave me $25 off, and I had 25% off on top of that because they had it's coming from the brand, from the manufacturer. So it's from the grower. So I got 25% off. Oh, you can zoom in so you can see it. So I got top of everything. So I ended up saving $38.56. So my total came out to $15.70. I paid with $20.70, so they gave me $5 back. So $15 for 7 grams. Let that sink in for my potheads. Like, damn, you're fucking lucky, motherfucker. I go, it's my dispensary, and it was my birthday, and I took advantage. And so happened that the brand put out a discount because I usually get 20% off on Mondays for medical, but the brand itself for medical patients made it 25% off. So it was like even like $13 more off on top of it. It was pretty good. So let's go ahead and see. You got whole numbers there. What's all these numbers? Let's see. They changed the tobacco to 21. Why not change that too? I think marijuana is 21 and over. You have to be 21 and over to smoke. Even to go to the dispensary, you have to be 21 and over, and you have to show ID 2 times. You show when you get in, and then you show it again at the cashier, and they run it through the system. And then if you pre-order, which I usually do, they'll have it ready for you. They go grab the bag, they bring it up, they scan it, and then you pay, and then you're out. It's pretty fast process when you pre-order it. But if you go in, they do walk-ins. You could go in and walk in and then pick what you want, and then it doesn't take too long. They just have to prepare it real quick, and from the back, and put it through the system, and then sell it off. That's why medical, I always pre-order. Always. For me, there's no sales tax. Also, that's another thing that I didn't mention. For the, I always call them the other side. For the medicinal side, they have to pay taxes. They have to pay. I'll tell you here. They have to pay. Listen to these taxes, okay? City tax, sales tax, statewide cannabis tax, So there's 3 taxes they have to pay for the medicinal. But for me, I don't pay taxes because I'm a medical. Like I told you, I have my medical card. So, close up so you can see. Hey, yo. I don't know if you can see it. But with the medical card, you pay no taxes on your medicine, which is great. It saves a lot of money, especially if I'm paying $15 for 7 grams, and I have receipts to prove it. I could take a screenshot and show it to you guys. I'll put it on my Discord. It's like, fucking Rick, you fucking rubbing it on our faces. It's like, hell yeah, look at this shit. They're like, look at this. Like, oh my god, that is fucking amazing. I gotta show you. I'm gonna take a picture of it and put it on my Discord. So whoever's on my Discord, they can see it. It's like, Rick comes with receipts. I go, hell yeah, all the time. All right, guys, let's see what we got here next. This fucking bird again? Wait a minute. Hold on. We saw this story the last time. What happened now? Hold on. Let me set this up. Remember the swan? We did the swan story.
Firefighters today again came to the rescue of a swan that was stuck in a frozen river. Second time this month, and it came only 2 days after that swan was released back into the wild. News 12 Connecticut's Marissa Alter with those details tonight.
Yeah, the Sussex 655. Yep.
At Norwalk Veterinary Hospital, this swan is filling up and thawing out after another icy incident on the Norwalk River.
Again?
The fire department got a call around 9.
We saw this the other
Stuck
day.
in the frozen river near the Norwalk Boat Club. Crews were able to walk out because the ice is so thick.
Why they don't just keep him there until it thaws out?
To calm him down.
His feet weren't really stuck, mostly just the feathers under his belly. So we took just a flat shovel and slowly tried to get under there,
chisel him out,
one feather at a time.
Until the swan was freed. Turns out the animal was more than familiar with his rescuers.
Oh, yeah, remember this? We saw this the other day.
On February 3rd, crews donned cold water suits and special equipment to rescue this same swan from a spot nearby after his feet were badly frozen into the ice.
Yo.
The swan spent over a week at Norwalk Veterinary Hospital.
He was pretty weak when he got here and pretty thin. We were doing hydrotherapy for him. We had him in our tub swimming to get his strength back.
Which the swan did. Norwalk Animal Control set him free 2 days ago.
He was fine when they released him. He was swimming with his mate.
Until this sticky situation reunited him with his prior heroes.
The temperatures have been pretty moderate the past couple of winters. So as a result, these waterfowl stay around. And with this enormous amount of ice and the freezing cold weather we've had, they're not really used to dealing with that.
You know, they're helpless and we're there to help them.
Animal rights organization PETA announced last week that its Compassionate Fire Department Award will go to Norwalk because of firefighters' quick actions in the first rescue.
Yo, let's go grab
now
that
there's
bird.
another reason for the honor.
Hey,
Which would be a very happy ending for sure. He's healthy. He'll be fine.
The swan will remain at the veterinary hospital for a few days in hopes next week's warmer temperatures melt the ice. If not, he'll go to a local animal sanctuary.
Once we have enough open water for him, then it'll be fine when all this ice resolves.
In Norwalk, Marissa Alter, News 12, Connecticut.
That's crazy. Poor thing. You know what I mean? It's like, it's not its fault. You know, he was like, yo, I was in the water. I got fucking stuck. This fucking ice got to me. And, you know, I don't think it's, yeah. It's crazy. But we had a follow-up story to 2 stories. Look at that. 2 stories. We got follow-ups on tonight's show. That's pretty cool. That's really cool. All right, let's see what else we got here. See what this is about. And then after this one, let me see if there's anything else. Because I'm going to be wrapping it up soon. Let's see. Is this worth? Yeah, we could See what that's about. Got a little add-on. Maybe a couple of add-ons that I want to see. Let me just set them up. YouTube is just a bit weird. This big. And then the sound is gone, so I got to restart the sound. Actually going to take pictures of it this time because I'm not going to pay this month. This month I'm going to give it to me for free. I'm not paying next month's bill because they keep fucking up my show with the. I got to take pictures though for evidence. There you go. Take a little picture. Actually, let me see if I could bring it out a little. Okay. All right. Got the evidence that I need it. Because I'm not paying next month. I'm tired of them. You know, this problem's been going on for a long time. And they seem to not, like, want to fix it. So, I'm not paying next month. Okay. Let's see here. All right, this is a crazy story. This happened a few days ago, but I think I would like to see it. This is let me just set it up here. Let's take this out. Gotta reset it. Always gotta reset in this. All right.
Temperatures now above freezing. Another reminder today on how dangerous it can be to venture out onto the ice. A New York firefighter making a daring rescue tonight, just hours after training for that exact thing. Eyewitness News Anthony Carlos speaking with that hero tonight.
The frozen pond at Springfield Park, picturesque on a sunny winter day, but danger was lurking on a Friday afternoon. That ice broke and a child fell in right before Alex's eyes.
I was like, oh my God, I need to go help him, right? Like the first thing I jumped to was help him. I didn't even call the police or nothing. I just instantly ran to help him.
The 14-year-old thought on his feet before any of the first responders arrived. He says he quickly spotted a nearby safety ladder and slid it out to the boy whose head was barely above icy water.
Because of how cold the ice was and the water, he had been like screaming and stuff, and we were just telling him to hold on and just hold it in there for a little bit longer.
Children came to the firehouse door, frantically banging on the door, reporting that a kid had fallen through the ice next door.
Fortunately, the firefighters with Engine 311 Ladder 158 could get to the park on foot. That's how close it was to being an ice rescue that they literally just trained for the very same day.
Halfway out into the ice gave way, and then I went into the water.
It was baptism under fire, or ice for that matter, for probationary firefighter Sean McMahon in his cold water suit. He did not panic or back down.
It was definitely cold.
Perfect timing.
I mean, all I really had thoughts of is getting to this kid, because regardless if I was cold or not, he was even colder. So I just knew that we had to get out there. I had to secure him so he doesn't go underwater.
The boy was rescued from the frozen water, put into an ambulance, covered in blankets to prevent any further symptoms of hypothermia.
Oh my God.
A dozen firefighters, including McMahon's
The kids that went there
Hanley, who tethered to
should get credit.
Pull his fellow firefighter and the victim to safety. Can't forget about
Him.
Alex, the unsung hero.
Yeah, he's the real hero.
Really good.
Good to see a life saved.
He's the true hero. The heroes did the work, but he's the true hero.
Not to walk on ice. It's hard to tell how thick or thin it is until you're in the water.
In this case, the boy was in very cold water for approximately 10 minutes, clinging to the ice to avoid drowning. Anthony Carlo, Channel 7 Eyewitness News.
I did not be on that ice. First of all, you'll bust your ass. All right, let's keep it moving.
President Trump reportedly telling Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu that he would support Israeli strikes on Iran's ballistic missile program. This comes as Iran says deals on energy, mining, and aircraft are on the table with the United States. Retired four-star General Jack Keane joins us this morning. General, would Israeli actions on Iran hinder Tehran from making a nuclear deal with the United States?
At all by Israel or by the United States until these negotiations get an answer, positive or negative. I think where the negotiations are likely headed, if we're not going to talk about ballistic missiles or support for Iran supporting its proxies, it's likely not going to be a good deal. I mean, the president walked away from the nuclear deal because he knew the conditions in the deal were completely unacceptable. And this was back in 2018. A deal that Obama had put together and spent a year on, but it guaranteed Iran having a nuclear weapon in 2030 with all restrictions removed, the absurdity of all of that. And right now, Iran doesn't have a capability to build a nuclear weapon. Why is that? Because President Trump took that capability away from him back in June. So, I mean, a nuclear deal, I get it for the future in terms of no enrichment makes some sense. But the real meat and potatoes of the deal should be restriction on the range and the quantity of ballistic missiles. And certainly that's what Israel is very interested in because they're quite vulnerable to some of that attack as we've seen back in June.
All right.
But I don't think there's going to be any attack whatsoever until negotiations cease. And believe me, if there is an attack, that armada that's sitting there isn't to watch and wave goodbye to Israel as it flies into the throat of Iran. All of those ships with their missiles, with their aircraft, and all the bases that have been receiving aircraft, they're all designed to conduct a combined attack. And Ashley, so our audience understands, this is an historic opportunity. A year ago, this was not possible. We are at a point where the regime is the weakest it's ever been. They're fragile and vulnerable. How did that happen? Prime Minister Netanyahu and President Trump put them there as a result of the June military attack. This wasn't possible during the Trump administration, nor during any of the 7 presidents that served in dealing with Iran since 1980. The opportunity is there to set the conditions for this regime to collapse. And we've never had those circumstances before.
Yeah, because Reagan couldn't do it.
Maintaining the status quo would be worse, because we would lose this historic opportunity to take these guys off the board once and for all.
And General, you know, U.S. forces have reportedly boarded a second sanctioned oil tanker in the Indian Ocean. On that side of things, what happens now?
Well, this is good news because we've been pushing back on Iran, and 80% of the revenue that they're currently getting, Ashley, is from China buying Iranian oil at discounted prices. And anything we're going to do to slow down that revenue source would be a major factor. What we've been told by reliable sources, that just this year, we're in the 2nd month of this year, 26% of their oil revenues have been reduced in 2026.
Hey, Chloe, what's up? I was rolling me
the
a
further we can squeeze
medicine
them
here.
here economically, the better it is. Remember, the people in the streets, in quantities we have never seen before,
I'm alive.
were demonstrating because they knew full well that the regime could not economically recover. There is no possibility that they're going to be able to increase the quality of their life experience for their children and their grandchildren. That is why they were willing to risk their lives. And they're not blaming the United States for that or any other countries in their sanctions. That there's no mention of that. What they're blaming is the Iranian regime. They are blaming them for everything that is happening to them in their life. And this is good news if we can squeeze them even further. So the tanker sees That is a step in the right direction.
Keep up the pressure. I wanted to also, General, get to this one. A number of European governments concluded that Russian opposition leader Alexei Navalny was murdered with a type of frog poison. Secretary of State Marco Rubio said he found the report troubling and that the U.S. has no reason to question it. Russia, of course, denied the report. General, what can be done about this? This is the way Russia operates. I don't know why it comes as any particular surprise. What are your thoughts?
Frog poisoning?
Yeah, I mean, we're dealing with this thug and killer for 25 years.
Like a frog?
And let's face it, these authoritarian regimes, actually, they all sort of behave the same. President Xi just purged one of the closest advisors he's had in his lifetime. And took down 2 or 3 others as well. And that's the reality. These people are fundamentally insecure. They fear anybody that could possibly compete and take their power and influence away. And I think the longer they can stay in power, the worse this insecurity and paranoia takes place. It was vivid in 2011 and 2012 when hundreds of thousands of people were in the streets in Moscow and all the major cities demonstrating against Putin because he was switching back and forth as prime minister and president and wanted to stay in power for life. And the people came out and demonstrated against him. His behavior since that time changed dramatically in making certain there was no opposition to him whatsoever. And Navalny, certainly a very popular figure and a very brave human being, to be sure, who came back to Russia and could have stayed in exile and continued to criticize. But he came back there and he certainly knew what could possibly be in store for him. And unfortunately, they killed him. And Putin will continue to do this. A thug and a killer. 25 years he's been at this business.
We'll leave it right there, General. But as always, thank you very much, General Jack Keane, for joining us. Good stuff.
All right, let's keep it moving.
Welcome to a special edition of Jesse Waters Primetime. I'm Kaylee McEnany, and for Jesse. Well, tonight we have a big show for you. Senator Mike Lee has been on a mission to pass the Save America Act. He is here, and you will not believe what the Obamas were up to this weekend. But we start tonight with a Fox News alert. The Guthrie family has just been cleared as possible suspects in the case for their missing mother, Nancy. The local Pima County Sheriff, Chris Nanos, says, quote, "They are victims and I will not stand quiet when they are re-victimized." This all comes after investigators found DNA inside of Nancy's home. DNA that the sheriff said did not match the family or, quote, anyone in close contact with Nancy. This case is now taking a major forensic turn. Investigators say they have also found DNA inside of the glove. That was the glove that was picked up 2 miles away from Nancy's home last week.
So then they compare the inside to the glove.
Is a match for the glove worn by the masked man caught on that doorbell footage. And now forensic experts are working on finding out whose DNA it is. The question is, if this is the same glove, how did it get there? Our own Griff Jenkins went to the location of the glove.
It's described that this glove was possibly found in a field just off this road. But as you can see, Charlie, Ainsley, and Lawrence, just how thick and dense this brush is. There's cactuses. There's not much here. And if it is,
it's not the Everglades.
Sort of step here a little bit in that area. There are homes here, but again, you wonder. There's a lot of questions as I get sort of through this terrain. Is what was this individual possibly doing to have either thrown it out of a car onto the side of the road, or was he actually in this? You can see as I can literally disappear into just how thick this brush is. If you're walking around at night, this is a cactus. It just caught my jacket.
Investigators have already swept the area looking for new clues. And if this is the same glove 2 miles away from the scene of the crime, the questions they're asking now are this: was the suspect in a getaway car? And did he throw the glove out of the window? Or was he walking on foot with the 84-year-old Guthrie mother? So far, the only images we've seen of this kidnapper have come from Nancy's doorbell. And investigators have poured through hours of street camera footage to see if any suspicious car was caught that night. The team of forensics might have caught a breakthrough, though. They believe to have identified the clothing worn by the suspect as well as his face mask. And investigators think that they were purchased at Walmart. They're looking into his holster as well, which could also be a Walmart brand. And the backpack was indeed identified as a Walmart bag, too. Now, FBI investigators have also deployed a signal sniffer to help track down Nancy's pacemaker. And authorities are looking for anything that could help solve this case and bring Nancy home. They've already fielded over 30,000 tips. And late Friday night, at least 3 individuals were detained. Plus, there was a car that was hauled off before police released the suspects later that night. Now, a local station source says that authorities are also looking into whether this may have been a burglary gone wrong. But a source is telling Fox News that, quote, that is not a working theory inside of the unit. Now, new drone footage obtained by the Fox flight team shows no forced entry.
We have some fresh drone video that shows you an angle of Nancy Guthrie's house. You may not see too much. It's the back side of the home and the rear patio. Now, the back door is blue with some window panes. And then there's a second blue door that seems to be attached or near the garage. Now, from our wide unofficial view, we can't see any signs of smashed glass or noticeable signs of forced entry. But that's just, our unofficial survey.
There are many questions that have not been answered, like how did the suspect get inside of the house? We don't know. We also don't know if any of those ransom letters were real to begin with. But meanwhile, TMZ is still getting weird letters.
If you are real, this is the 4th letter you've sent, and I should tell everybody that in this letter, it says, I know what I saw 5 days ago south of the border, and I was told to shut up. So I know who he is, and that was definitely Nancy with them. This is the 2nd time he has referred to more than one person involved in this. He said there is a main person and there are others, and he said it here. He is saying that Nancy was taken to Mexico.
This letter is coming from someone who says he knows who has Nancy and is asking for Bitcoin in exchange for that information. The FBI is looking into it. This could just be another hoax. We have certainly seen that before. And investigators are going to have to follow every letter, every lead. They are not taking any chances. Savannah spoke out this weekend, and she is asking whoever has her mother to just do the right thing.
I wanted to say to whoever has her or knows where she is that it's never too late. And you're not lost or alone.
Who is she talking to?
And it is never too late to do the right thing. And we are here. We believe.
Who are you talking
to?
to?
We believe in the essential goodness of every human being.
President Trump is also weighing in an interview with the New York Post. He said either the kidnapper brings back Nancy alive or he could be facing the death penalty.
Want even more Fox News on YouTube? Yeah. Become a Fox News Patriot today. Click join.
I'm pretty sure it's life or death at this moment. All right, let's see what's going on over here. Oh, we got to put the sound up.
By rain from last night's storms poured into NRG Stadium, soaking spectators attending Monster Jam.
Yo, are you
videos with us showing the water
this is for you
through the stadium's roof.
Look
Orko
at that.
Manna joins us live from
your
NRG Stadium. Orko, what are you learning from officials?
Well, Tracy, the Harris County Sports and Convention Corporation, which is in charge of maintaining NRG Stadium, says the stadium's roof is going through replacement construction right now, so it's more vulnerable to bad weather. And it was quite the storm that came through the Houston area last night. Now, take a look at this video sent to us by Aaron Fredrickson. You can see rain leaking through the roof of the stadium with Monster Jam spectators in the stands. Officials reported that the Energy Park area was hit with straight line winds going around 48 miles per hour.
Yeah,
and
it
got
was
about
windy.
0.4 of an inch of rain within just
Yeah,
a
like
10-minute
tornadoes out there
period.
too.
That created a wet mess for those Monster Jam fans. Again, the Harris County Sports and Convention Corporation says NRG Stadium's current
Monster
active
Jam.
roof
I've been
replacement
to them
construction
before.
phase, quote, increases temporary exposure to the extreme weather. And in a statement, they go on to say, quote, the NRG Stadium roof replacement project will continue as planned. All upcoming events at NRG Park, including today's Monster Jam, will proceed without interruption. But last night's leak is prompting many to question whether the venue is ready to host major upcoming events, including the Houston Rodeo and the FIFA World Cup matches. We asked officials if the work on the roof will be completed by either of those events, but we're still waiting to hear back. Reporting live from NRG Stadium tonight, Orko Manna, KHOU 11 News.
An answer a lot of folks are paying close attention to and waiting for. Thanks so much, Orko.
That's embarrassing. I'm sorry to tell you. How are you gonna have this like super expensive stadium and then have an event and it rained, and that rain was no fucking joke. That rain was crazy. I was monitoring the tornadoes on my phone because there were like so many tornadoes that were coming from Texas into Louisiana and into Mississippi and down the line to Alabama and Georgia. It was a crazy night. It was a crazy storms, and look what happened to the stadium. All right, guys, we're here for the last video of the night. That want to have it reserved for Tyson De La Cruz. So let's go ahead and watch and enjoy. I know it's going to probably be good. Let's see. It's always good. Tyson's awesome.
Chavez should not be prosecuted by the Queens District Attorney.
Oh, no, not
His
this clown.
handcuffs should be removed.
America, the new socialist mayor of New York City just demanded that prosecutors drop all charges against a man who charged at police with a knife. Not reduce charges, not a plea bargain, drop them entirely.
Put the knife down! Put the knife down!
A prediction market company just opened up a free grocery store in Manhattan, while Mom Donnie's campaign promise of free groceries for all remains a fantasy.
And free groceries is something I'm all ears.
This is really something, Bianca. We got down here, I was like, whoa, this line is wrapped around the block.
And get this, Don Lemon just got arraigned in federal court for storming a church with anti-ICE protesters. And his supporters showed up to the courthouse waving dildos and screaming, "Protect press!" Meanwhile, California just gave Planned Parenthood $90 million while facing an $18 billion budget deficit. And RFK Jr. is exposing $100 billion in Medicaid fraud. This is the state of America in 2026, guys. Let me break it down.
Crazy.
What is up, guys? Tyson De La Cruz here. Thank you so much for rocking with me. Let me start with New York City's new mayor, because this is what happens when you elect Democratic socialists with zero management experience to run the biggest city in the country. Zoran Mamdani has been mayor for less than a month, and he's already establishing himself as one of the most radical anti-police mayors in modern history.
How you doing? Are you cold? You cold?
Body-worn camera depicts NYPD officers being let into the home after the young man's parents called 911 about their son being in emotional distress. What begins as a standard response takes a turbulent turn as soon as the young man sees the police.
Baba, no! Hey, put the knife down! Put the knife down! Put the knife down!
A family member tries to stop Jabez Chakraborty from advancing toward the retreating officer with a kitchen knife.
Here's what happened for those of you that aren't familiar with it. A 22-year-old man was having a mental health crisis, is what they're calling it. His parents called 911 and asked for help. Police arrived, and the moment this individual saw them, he grabbed a large kitchen knife and charged at him. The officer retreated. A family member tried to stop him. He pushed through the closed door and kept advancing with that raised knife. The officer shot him. I think that was a good call there. He survived, and now he's facing charges, which he should, for attacking police officers.
This situation underscores just how urgently
We need a different and more effective mental health response system that will be safer for New Yorkers who struggle with mental health concerns, for their families, and for police officers. Jabez needs mental health treatment, not criminal prosecution.
Let me get this straight. A man charges at a police officer with a knife. Officers defend themselves. The man survives. And the mayor wants no consequences. What message, you guys, does this send to every other person having a mental health crisis, whatever you want to call that, attacks cops with weapons, and the mayor will protect you. Zorhan will protect you.
You're going to send only medical professionals there. Understand there's a changing dynamic. Quickly, they can pick up a weapon and charge at them. What are they going to do then?
And Mamdani wants to create the Department of Community Safety that sends unarmed mental health workers instead of police to these particular calls. But as an expert said, what happens when the situation changes? What happens when the person in crisis picks up a weapon? You are an unarmed social worker. What are unarmed social workers going to do? This, my friends, is the same mayor who ran on providing free groceries to all New Yorkers. That was his big campaign promise. Free food for everybody, except he hasn't delivered a single free meal. But you know who did? A prediction market company just opened up a free grocery store in Manhattan and absolutely embarrassed Zorhan Mamdani. Polymarket, the platform where people bet on elections outcomes, sports, and current events, opened up a pop-up grocery store in West Village where everything was completely free.
So people are able to get a tote bag, go into the grocery store, fill up that tote bag with whatever it is that they have, whatever it is that they want, and the groceries are free.
Hundreds of people showed up, lines wrapped around the block. One guy said he waited 5 hours, but it was worth it because he got food to take home and cook.
They are giving away free groceries. And I think it's very imperative because of the simple fact that inflation is across the country. There are many families and individuals struggling to provide for their families.
5 hours for free groceries because inflation is so bad in New York that people will wait a half a day for a bag of food. Obviously, there's other situations happening here. He could have spent a couple of those hours applying for jobs, but that's neither here or there. The Poly Market delivered what Mamdani promised, but never provided. Now, a billionaire who owns grocery stores called it a fraud. He said it's either an ER stunt or a quasi-bribe to get favorable treatment from the city. And you know what? He might be right.
I think it's a fraud. I had an experience years ago when I had an associate of mine dealing with at a casino with a banker from Europe, and he would say, "I'm going to lend you $1,000, and if you make a profit, you give me back the $1,000. But if you don't make a profit, he doesn't ask him for the $1,000 he lost, and it's all a fraud. It's $1 million quasi-bribe to somebody in the city."
Poly Market donated $1 million to the food bank in New York City as part of this particular promotion. So they're getting good PR, tax write-offs, and potentially favorable regulation treatment. But here's the thing. They still delivered free groceries, and Mamdani didn't.
Somebody in New York City wants to make New York City their dream of free groceries alive. And it's all a fraud.
And this reminds me of another time a private businessman showed up for New York City. Remember the Woolman Rink in Central Park? Let me take you back to 1986.
Yep.
Cue the dream music, guys, because this is a perfect example of government incompetence versus private sector efficiency.
The city spent nearly 6 years and $12 million trying to fix it. And then to the rescue, developer Donald Trump.
The city of New York spent 6 years and $12 million trying to renovate the skating rink in Central Park. 6 years, $12 million, and it still wasn't done. The project was originally scheduled for completion in 1982, but by 1986, it was still broken.
We executed quickly. We came in 3 months ahead of schedule, and we saved this entire season, which really we're very happy about. And we also came in $750,000 under budget.
So Trump stepped in and said, "I'll do it." And the city couldn't do it in 6 years with $12 million. Trump did it in 3 months for less.
The mayor gives Trump full credit for getting the job done. However, he does note that Trump did not have to hassle with the state's law. The Wicks law requires municipalities to put out separate bids for each aspect of a project, including construction, plumbing, electrical, heating, and ventilation work. They are bound by law to accept the low bid, even if another bidder has a better reputation. Koch says the rink project teaches a lesson.
The lesson is that there is much to be learned from the private sector.
The lessons that government is slow, wasteful, and incompetent. Even back then, they knew grift. Private businesses get things done, and they do. That's what Poly Market just did. They delivered free groceries in a weekend. Mom Donnie has been promising it for months and hasn't delivered anything except for protection from criminals who attack police. Now, we got to talk about Don Lemon, because this story is absolutely wild. The former CNN anchor just got arraigned in federal court for conspiracy to deprive rights under color of law. That is a fancy way of saying he helped a mob storm a church to obstruct federal immigration enforcement.
3 of those people were the ringleaders, accusing them of planning the riot. Now they are charged with conspiracy to deprive rights, a federal crime.
One of them, William Kelly, was on camera saying all these Christians, all these comfortable white people living in lavish lives while children are dragged into concentration camps. And Donna Lemon was there live streaming the entire thing. He claims he was covering it as a journalist, but prosecutors say he knowingly joined the mob. He wasn't reporting, he was participating.
The agitators shouted at churchgoers there in the middle of services. Protesters targeted this church because one of the pastors works for ICE.
They screamed at people trying to worship. They disrupted a religious service to make a political statement. And Donna Lemon was right there with them. And guys, here is the best part. When Don Lemon showed up for his arraignment, his supporters were outside the courthouse waving dildos and screaming, "Protect the press."
Protect the press! Protect the press!
I am not kidding. A woman with gray hair and sunglasses is shaking a giant purple dildo while chanting, "Protect the press." Another protester put a sign on the ground that said, "Trump is a dick." This is the left in 2026, waving sex toys at a federal courthouse to defend a guy who helped storm a church. These are the people who lecture you about democracy.
This is Donald Trump.
And you know what? These women look dusty. Looks like they haven't showered in weeks. Looks like they haven't gotten anything in years. That's why they got all these dildos readily available. Speaking of misplaced priorities, let's talk about California. California. Governor Gavin Newsom just signed a bill giving Planned Parenthood $90 million in state taxpayer funds. $90 million, you guys. While California is facing an $18 billion budget deficit.
California will provide $90 million in state taxpayer funds to Planned Parenthood. The government approved this today.
And at the bill signing, Governor Gavin Newsom scolded asking questions about other topics. She wanted them to only ask about.
We have Planned Parenthood here, and women are 51% of the population. And the majority of the questions, all of these questions, have really been about other issues. So it's just fascinating. You have this incredible women's focus and all these allies, and you're not asking about it. And such a horrific war on women in this country, and that these guys are getting away with it because you don't seem to care. So I just offer that with love.
With love, she's lecturing journalists about not caring while her husband is running California to the ground. The state has an $18 billion budget deficit. Homelessness is out of control. Crime is skyrocketing. Businesses are fleeing. But sure, it's okay. Let's give Planned Parenthood $90 million. And you know what California should be funding? Public safety, cleaning up homeless encampments, fixing roads, improving schools. But instead, they're prioritizing abortion funding while the state collapses. This seems like the next grift. Gavin Newsom's wife's homeless funding dry. Billions of dollars disappeared and nothing to show for it. Now they're moving on to the next cash cow, reproductive rights. It's always about the money with these people. Now let me show you what real leadership looks like, because while Democrats are protecting criminals and funding abortions, our RFK Jr. is exposing $100 billion in Medicaid fraud. First, let me show you the most honest thing a politician has ever said.
I don't care what happens. I'm going to. Yeah. And I said, after a term, I used to snort cocaine off of toilet seats.
Basically saying I've done more dangerous things than breathe some air of somebody with C19. And you know what? He's absolutely right. If you survived the 1980 drug scene, a respiratory pandemic virus ain't gonna kill you. But here's what's really important. RFK Jr. is now using that same fearless attitude to expose massive fraud in the healthcare system. How many of you guys like Theo Von? I got to say, I'm a fan. I like his podcast. So shout out to Theo Von. RFK found a hotel in California where every single room was listed as the headquarters for a nursing group. Every single room. They weren't providing any nursing care. They were just collecting Medicaid money. That is a complete, absolute scam.
We got, between Medicaid and Medicare, there's about $100 billion stolen every year.
And a lot of it was happening in Minnesota with the Somali community, and even worse, California.
What do you think he's doing? Processed food kills. Remember that.
Nice. Damn, Tyson. That's
Hey,
what's
chat,
up.
quick
Look.
announcement. I'm launching a second channel where I'll be doing some off-the-cuff reactions while I gather research for these deep dive videos. We're talking about politics, some pop culture, some raw, unfiltered takes. The link for it will be somewhere above. I believe I can do that. And in the description down below, check it out if you want more content between these main videos. Now, let me connect all the dots for you because this isn't about separate issues. This is about a systematic pattern how Democrats govern. Mamdani protects criminals who attack police while promising free groceries that he hasn't delivered yet. A gambling company embarrasses him by actually providing free food. Trump showed us 40 years ago that private businesses are more efficient than government. Donna Lemon storms a church and gets defended by people waving dildos. California gives Planned Parenthood $90 million while facing a massive budget deficit. And RFK Jr. exposes $100 billion in Medicaid fraud that Democrats have been ignoring for decades.
A lot of the money that was going into the Somali community for autism care. There were these phony autism care houses.
Yeah.
And it gets worse. RFK Jr. found that a lot of the fraud money going to Somalia communities for autism care was ending up with Al-Shabaab, a terrorist group in Somalia. So American taxpayer money is being stolen through Medicaid fraud and used to fund terrorism. This, chat, is the system Democrats have built. Protect criminals, ignore the fraud, fund abortions, wave dildos, and then when private businesses show up, call it a scam. Meanwhile, Trump and his team are actually solving problems. RFK is exposing the fraud. ICE is deportating criminals. They're deporting criminals. The economy is growing, and the Democrats are losing their mind because they can't compete. America, Zorhan Mamdani wants to remove the handcuffs from a man who charged at police with a knife. Polymarket delivers free groceries he promised but never could provide. California gave Planned Parenthood $90 million while facing a massive budget deficit, and RFK Jr. is exposing Medicaid fraud, including the money that's funding Al-Shabaab terrorists in Somalia. This is the choice. Democrats who protect criminals, ignore fraud, and wave dildos at courthouses, or Trump's team who actually solves problems, exposes corruption, and put America first. The pattern here is clear. Democrats create chaos and call it compassion. Trump creates order and calls it common sense. And the American people are finally seeing the difference. Let me know what you think about this. Drop it down in the comment section down below. Smash the like button if you kindly would. Share, subscribe, and as always, guys, I'll catch you on the next one.
A great episode there. Yeah, it's definitely a +1 because we're gonna add another one because Tyson uploaded another video. So I'm gonna go ahead and play that as the last video. I gotta talk to him about that little app, that his little he's trying to do like the little things that you could click on and you could go to wherever he puts up there, but when he puts it, it's so little. Like, I don't know if he could size it up or do something to adjust that. Let me see. Trying to see where his other channel's at, because he said he has another channel. Here it is, 2.0. Yeah, he has 13 subscribers. Well, you know what? I'm gonna be number 14. Actually, he has 15, so I'll be 16. I'll be 16. Number 16 over here. So we got 2.0. Ha ha ha. That's my MyMindoverYourMatter 2.0. That's what I have. I have 2 channels. I have this one, the main channel, and then I have my MyMindoverYourMatter 2.0. He followed like right in my footsteps with the Tyson De La Cruz 2.0. That's what's up. But we're gonna go right to Tyson and finish up the show. So let me set this up here, and let's enjoy the last video of the night. Tyson De La Cruz.
We decided it's time to put a different power tool in your hand. The
Oh,
CBP
no.
Home application.
Not the Home
Lets you
Depot.
self-deport safely and effectively. Explore quick self-depot and see how El Hombres
I used to
get
work
out.
for Home Depot.
Democrats had the
I
wildest
used to work for
weekend
Home
since
Depot.
Joe Biden tried to find his way off stage.
More people were deported under my husband and Barack Obama without killing American citizens and without putting children into detention camps.
While we have 2014 AP footage showing exactly that. Meanwhile, AOC went to Germany and delivered a foreign policy word salad so confusing it makes Kamala Harris look like Albert Einstein. Obama threw Gavin Newsom under the bus for homeless policies, and the only Democrat making sense is John Fetterman.
The government shutdown will cease pay for all of TSA's more than 63,000 person workforce.
But ICE is fully funded because Trump already secured the money. So Democrats shut down the government to punish Trump, but the only people getting hurt are TSA workers. Classic. What is up, guys? Tyson De La Cruz here. Thank you so much for rocking with me. Let's start with what's happening right now in Washington, because Democrats just shut down the Department of Homeland Security for oversight concerns. That's their excuse. They want more oversight for ICE operations. They want reforms. They want accountability.
Funding for the Department of Homeland Security ended late Friday after Congress failed to pass a spending bill. Agencies like TSA, FEMA, the Coast Guard, and ICE are impacted. Most DHS employees are considered essential and must work without pay. Well, the holdup? Democrats are demanding immigration and customs enforcement reforms.
And TSA is already warning that this could cause significant attrition and increase call-out rates, which is bureaucracy speak for people are going to quit or call in sick because they ain't getting paid. That means longer lines at the airport, more delays, and canceled flights.
The recent shutdown was very long, and that had significant impact on the staff financially, because they went a long period of time without getting paid. When you have another event like that impacting the lives of those officers, they may have to seek out other types of work just to make ends meet.
And here's the kicker. The last shutdown was so long that TSA agents are still recovering financially. They missed a bunch of paychecks. They got behind on their bills. They had to get second jobs. Some of these people, if you guys can remember, were Uber driving. They were driving Ubers, doing Lyft. And now Democrats, they're doing it again. But you know what? What's not shutting down, guys? ICE, immigrant and customs enforcement is the entire year because Trump secured the bag in the one big beautiful bill. So Democrats shut down DHS to punish Trump for enforcing immigration law, but ICE keep operating anyway. So they're punishing TSA agents, the Coast Guard members, and FEMA workers, but not ICE. The only people getting hurt are the ones that have nothing to do with immigration enforcement. That's Democrat logic for you. Now let's talk about AOC's trip to Germany, because this was a masterclass on how to embarrass yourself on the world stage.
You know, I think that this is such a
today, Junior.
What we identify is that in a rules-based order, hypocrisy is vulnerability. And so I think what we are seeking is a return to a rules-based order that eliminates the hypocrisies around when too often in the West we look the other way for inconvenient populations to act out these paradoxes.
What the freak does that even mean? She sounds like a college freshman who's trying to discover a word paradox and decided to use it in every freaking sentence.
So when you run for president, are you going to impose a wealth tax or a billionaire's tax?
I don't think that anyone, and that we don't have to wait for any one president to impose a wealth tax.
And when asked if she's running for president in 2028, she gave the most non-answer answer possible. We don't have to wait for any one president to impose a wealth tax. That's not a no. That's I'm testing the waters.
The world has changed. I don't think that it is controversial to say that. I don't think that the president can act the way that he has acted towards Greenland. I don't think he can institute the not just the tariffs, but the rhetoric towards our Canadian neighbors without consequences.
And then AOC criticized Trump's rhetoric towards Canada and Greenland. She literally said terrorists instead of tariffs. She's a word champion, guys. She can't even get through a sentence without stumbling around. This woman who might run for president in 2028. And you know what? Republicans, we should be praying that she runs. She's got more Kamala Harris vibes than Kamala Harris has her own vibes. The word salads, the nervous laughs, the inability to answer a direct question, except AOC is even less experienced. At least Kamala Harris was a senator and attorney general. AOC, she was a bartender who won a primary in a D+ district. And if she runs in 2028, it might be the easiest layup Republicans have ever had. She can't even articulate policies. She can't handle tough questions. She can't even make a quesadilla. She can't even pronounce tariff correctly. This would be a gift from the heavens. Now let's get into the main event. Hillary Clinton, absolutely unhinged performance in Deutschland. She went to the Munich Security Conference and just started rewriting history in real time.
More people were deported under my husband and Barack Obama without killing American citizens and without putting children into detention camps than were in the first Trump term or this first year of Trump's second term.
Except we have footage from 2014 from the Associated Press showing Obama's detention facilities with kids in foil blankets on concrete floors.
Inside the walls of this facility along the Arizona-New Mexico border, at least 1,000 kids, some as young as elementary age. They huddle in foil blankets in a country not their own.
This was 2014 during Obama's presidency. The AP was given a rare look inside these facilities because the administration was trying to show how they were handling the border crisis. And now Hillary is standing in Germany claiming it never even happened. She's literally gaslighting the entire world. Again. But here's what's really wild. She's bragging about it. She's saying Democrats deported more people than Trump, which is interesting and true because for the last 8 years, Democrats have been calling deportations inhumane and cruel and fascist. So what is it, Hillary? Are deportations good or bad? Because you can't have it both ways. You can't spend years attacking Trump for enforcing immigration law and then brag that your husband got a BJ at the, that's the wrong subject. Then brag that your husband did it more.
I think we need to call it for what it is.
Secretary
There is a
Clinton.
legitimate reason to have a debate about things like migration. It went too far. It's been disruptive and destabilizing, and it needs to be fixed in a humane way.
And then she said migration went too far. It's been disruptive and destabilizing. Duh. So now she's admitting that the open borders were a mistake after spending years calling anybody who wanted border security a racist. This is what happens when Democrats lose power. They suddenly, all of a sudden, start sounding like Republicans. They start admitting that maybe unlimited immigration isn't sustainable. They start bragging about deportations. But Hillary wasn't.
Oh, you like the
She went
background?
on a
Thank you,
full
Chloe.
Trump derangement syndrome rant.
He has betrayed the West. He's betrayed human values. He's betrayed the NATO Charter, the Atlantic Charter, the Universal
Waving bills
Declaration
are
of
really
Human
gonna
Rights.
change
A
things.
lot of what has been done
You throw
before to
some
try to
dildos
make
at this
sense
lady.
of how difficult it is to restrain
Hillary.
people who want
She doesn't
unaccountable
like dildos.
power. And none of us in this
Like
room,
the JJ.
including all of us on this panel, would choose to live under a regime that was so unaccountable that it could act with impunity the way that Putin does, except that's who Trump is modeling himself.
She's listing every international agreement like she's reading it from Wikipedia. And then she said Trump is modeling himself after Putin. This is the same lame, boring talking points, because apparently enforcing immigration law and renegotiating trade deals makes you a Russian dictator.
Well, first, I think you really don't like him.
And then the panelists just straight up mocked her. The whole room laughed because it was so freaking obvious. Hillary's entire identity is built around hating Trump.
You know, that is absolutely true. But I really, not only do I not like him, I don't like him because of what he's doing to the United States and the world. And I think you should take a hard look at it if you think that there is something good that will come out of it.
And then Hillary doubled down. She's so consumed by the hatred that she can't even pretend to be objective.
What I think Trump is doing in America, I think it is reaction for something for some policies that really went too far from the regular people, too far from reality. So, you know, we saw the cancel culture. We saw the woke revolution.
And he is exactly right here. Trump didn't create the division. He's responding to the Democrats pushing it too far left. And obviously the Democrats and Hillary can't accept that. They can't accept that maybe, just maybe, her party's policies are too far, so unpopular that the voters elected Trump twice. Now let's talk about the Epstein question, because this is where things get really uncomfortable for Hillary.
And Madam Secretary, I'd like to ask you, I'm the mother of a daughter, and it absolutely horrifies me to see what the Epstein files have brought out. And I wanted to ask you, what does it say about Western values when Western leaders have perpetuated and participated in these horrific abuses of minors and girls?
Absolutely great question here. And you know what Hillary did? She pivoted to Steve Bannon.
It came out that Steve Bannon was trying to get Jeffrey Epstein to help him overthrow Pope Francis. I guess that was part of the civilizational true conservatism.
That's her answer. That is her answer. Deflect to a Republican. Make it about conservatives. Absolutely ignore the elephant in the room. And everybody knows what the elephant in the room is. And you're asking, what is the elephant in the room? It's Bill Clinton, her husband, who flew on Epstein's plane at least 27 times, who invited Epstein to be at the White House 17 times, who's mentioned 1,193 times in the Epstein files. But Hillary didn't mention him once. The reporter didn't even mention him once. They just pretended Bill Clinton, Slick Willie, didn't even exist.
So it is something that, needs to be totally transparent. I've called for, many, many years for everything to be put out there so people can not only see what is in them, but also, if appropriate, hold people accountable.
This is classic Clinton deflection. Pretend to care about accountability while protecting the people closest to you.
The same would be true, let's say, here in Los Angeles around the homeless issue. I think morally, ethically speaking, it is an atrocity that in a country this wealthy, we have people just on the streets.
He's talking about California, Gavin Newsom's California, the state that spent billions and billions of dollars on homelessness with absolutely nothing to show for it.
But we should also recognize that the average person, doesn't want to have to navigate around a tent city in the middle of downtown. And that we're not going to be able to build a working majority and support for the resources that we need to help folks like that, whether it's drug treatment or temporary housing or what have you. We're not going to be able to generate support for it if we simply say, you know what, it's not their fault, and so they should be able to do whatever they want, because that's a losing political strategy.
He's not saying that it's morally wrong. He's not saying it's bad policy. He's saying it's politically stupid because voters hate it and Democrats keep losing elections because of it. This is Obama throwing Newsom under the bus. He's basically saying your homeless policies are costing us elections and you need to fix it. California has an $18 billion budget deficit, and Newsom is funding abortions instead of cleaning up 10 cities. Hey guys, quick announcement. I'm launching a second channel where I'll be doing some off-the-cuff reactions while I gather research for these deep dive videos, talking about politics, economics, some pop culture, just some raw, unfiltered takes. The link for it, I think I could do it. It'll be placed somewhere above and in the description down below. Check it out if you want some more content between these main videos. Now let's talk about John Fetterman, because he's become one of the most reasonable Democrats in Washington, which is wild considering he had a stroke and can barely sentence sometime.
Now, I'm defending the president, but I will say he hasn't defied a single court order yet. He hasn't. And there was the big freak out that he was going to run in 28. And I'm like, no, he's not going to run. That's not going to happen. And now
he's pointing out that the Democrats are freaking out about Trump being a dictator, but Trump is actually following the law.
When you have members of Congress calling him a piece of shit, and things crazy. I'll always talk and speak, with respect, because I really want to find a way forward to wins in Pennsylvania.
And then he criticized his own party for calling Trump a POS and using extreme rhetoric, which they have been for years. And he said, I'd rather just play it straight and treat people on both sides with respect. Kudos. This is a Democrat senator saying maybe, just maybe, we should stop calling the president names and actually try to work with them. That, my friends, is a radical position in today's Democratic Party.
84% of Americans have no idea with presenting IDs to vote. So it's not like a radical idea. It's not something. And there already are many states that show basic IDs.
And then Fetterman broke with Democrats on the SAVE Act. The SAVE Act is the bill requiring photo ID and proof of citizenship to vote. It's common sense policy, but Democrats have spent years calling it racist because they know it would make the fraud a lot harder.
So that's where we are in the Senate. So I would never refer to the SAVE Act as like Jim Crow 2.0 or some kinds of conspiracy, but that's part of the debate that we were having here in the Senate right now. And I don't call people names or imply that it's some kinds of things, something gross about the terrible history of like Jim Crow.
And Fetterman is the only Democrat willing to admit that maybe, just maybe, some of these programs are being abused. He's the only one willing to say that voter ID makes sense. He's the only one willing to treat Trump with basic respect. And that makes him the most reasonable Democrat in Washington. Now let's talk about what Trump is actually doing. Because while the Democrats are melting down in Germany, Trump is preparing to significantly increase deportations.
The Department of Homeland Security is pushing ahead with its plans of expanding detention space across the country. The agency confirming to Fox it has purchased a warehouse facility in Chester, New York.
They're preparing for a surge in deportations, and local Democrats are already trying to stop it. But ICE is operating in compliance with the law.
What laws were changed in the last 12 months that made it so that we went from the most open border in American history, hundreds of thousands of people coming to this country illegally every month, to virtually zero? What laws did we pass? I want you to give credit to Congress for acting to pass these incredible laws that resulted in this decrease.
No laws were passed, sir. Nothing new.
And here's the key. No new laws were passed. Trump is just enforcing the laws that already exist. Laws that Democrats ignored for 4 years. Trump didn't need Congress to secure the border. He just needed to enforce existing law. That is it. That's the whole story. Trump came in and started enforcing it, and suddenly the border is under control. And now the best part of this entire story, Ice Baby. You guys remember that song? Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Ice Baby is back on the charts. All right, stop, collaborate, and listen. Vanilla Ice's 1990 hit is suddenly the most popular song in America, and it has nothing to do with his music.
Both supporters and opponents of ICE are using Ice Ice Baby on social media videos about ICE.
Hey man, I'll take anything that drives my songs, whatever.
Yeah.
Laugh and have fun, because that's all they're doing is using it for little parodies.
And coincidentally
but he's getting
enough,
paid.
Ice Baby makes awesome shirts. Check it out down below. And Vanilla Ice is loving it. He's making money off of deportation memes. That is the most 2026 thing I've ever heard.
And I would never try to even comment on how to run a country. So I'm neutral, I don't do anything. I stay in my lane, if that makes sense, I just woke up one day and found out that my song is #1 36 years later.
That's
This
awesome.
is a fantastic start to 2026.
awesome.
A 1990s rap
I remember
song
when that song
about
came
ICE
out.
is the soundtrack to mass deportations,
That was
and everyone's
19
just rolling
that was
with it.
90,
America,
I believe.
Democrats spent the weekend
I was-
completely melting down. Hillary rewrote history
10 years
about
old?
Obama's detention
90.
camps while bragging that Democrats deported more people than Trump. AOC delivered foreign policy word salads in Germany that make Kamala Harris look coherent. Obama threw Newsom under the bus for his homeless policies. And the only Democrat making sense is John Fetterman, who's defending
Hey,
Trump's
so
legal
it's
compliance and
18.
supporting voter ID.
I'm
Meanwhile, Trump
16,
is
we have
enforcing
17,
existing
18
immigration
here.
law without
That's what's
passing a
up.
single new bill. DHS is expanding detention capacity. ICE is conducting operations in compliance with the law. And Ice Ice Baby is back on the charts as the unofficial deportation anthem.
Yeah, I need to
Democrats
use
are eating
that.
their own.
I
Their
need to use
policies
the
are
Ice Ice Baby
collapsing,
song
and the American
on
people
one of my
are
uploads.
watching it all happen in real time. Let me know what you think about this. Drop it down in the comment section down below. Smash the like button if you kindly would. Share, subscribe, and as always, guys, I'll catch you on the next one.
Yes, Tyson. Thank you so much for that great upload. That was awesome. I love a little Ice Ice Baby. Like right on time. Tyson's always on time. And time for me to get off here soon. But thank you, Tyson. That was cool. And I'm happy that he's doing 2.0. I'm number 16. We have 17 over there. Terry's 17. And Chloe's 18. So we're good. We're good. We're helping. We're supporting. We love Tyson. I'm gonna bring him back when I get 1,000 subscribers. That's my mission this year. I want to bring Tyson back, and the only way I could bring him back if I bring in 1,000 subscribers. So my goal is to have two worlds where I'm still doing the media stuff and doing the checking on the news and checking on that stuff. I'm gonna have another little world for the little psychic world, so I can do my little psychic stuff. And then I have my Pokemon, my shorts that I've been working on a daily basis. I have not missed a day, and I want to try to do it for a whole year opening a pack of Pokemon. And we're coming upon pretty soon. It's going to be the 30th anniversary of Pokemon, and that's going to be on February 27th. So on that day, on my shorts, I will be opening a 30-year celebration box that I have. See, I have one right here. And then I got one up there. I have another one back here. So they're all over the place. I have 3 of them. So I'm going to open that one on Pokemon Day. And I may... I'm going to do the recordings. I got to do about 3 shorts because I only do 1 pack at a time per short. Because each pack, is very valuable. Those fucking packs are not cheap. And not only that, but it's like I want people to enjoy when I open the packs and I go card by card, and people could actually like read what's on the card because I give, a good amount of time so people could admire the card, and and then when I get a nice little hit, I show it off. I'm like, "Ooh, it looks pretty," but I don't talk because I wanted to keep it ASMR. I want it to be quiet. I want the cards to speak for themselves. And at the end of the video, I do a video like based on that card. I do an AI video and I make it pretty cool. So hopefully that'll grab people's attention. I'm gonna be doing that. There's gonna be a time that I'm gonna take time off from the show. I don't know exactly when yet. I will let you guys know, but I am anticipating on taking some time off from the show. I think is I may come in to check in and stuff like that from time to time. Nothing too crazy, but yeah, I got a lot of important medical things that are popping up that I got to take care of. So that's what I'm gonna be doing during that time down. And then I'm still gonna be uploading though on a daily basis with the Pokemon. That's not gonna stop. I'm gonna build. This is gonna be a community where it's gonna be a mixed community between current events, with the news, and also with the psychic medium that I do with my tarot cards and whatever I use for that day. And then continue on with the Pokemon openings and hopefully get some good chase cards along the way. I'm really hooked on it. It brings me back to a hobby that I used to do when I was young, and to be able to do it again and know that it's not for me, it's for my niece. When she gets older, I'm gonna give them to her, or sell them before I give them to her, and or give them to her, which way it goes. But she's gonna have a really good collection that's gonna be about 14 years old. So it'll be a 14-year collection. So from now then, the prices of these cards will go up, and she has something to sit on, and something that she could even continue if at that time she wants to continue on with the hobby. I welcome it. It's a nice hobby to be in. It's a nice collecting hobby. But yeah, I was 10 in 1990. I was born in 1980. I was born in January. I was supposed to be born in 79, but I came out in 1980. I was supposed to be born in December. Thank God, because imagine I would have been born on December 25th. Like, oh my God, Jesus! Like, oh, it's Rick. But but I came out in early 80s to the first master number 22 of the decade. If you know numerology, you know what I'm talking about. The first master 22 of the decade of 1980. Guilty. But I want to do more psychic stuff. I want to see what's up with the Nancy girl. The lady. Maybe we could do something about it here. Do like a psychic show or something, and have other people come on if they want to and share their thoughts on Nancy and what she could be, where she could be. I've done this before. It's something that is not too hard to do, but you could project. You can astral project and look around and see things and hear things, and it's pretty interesting. We could do something like that. I don't know what day, maybe like a Thursday or something. Probably do it. I'm not 100% sure, and it takes a lot of energy from me. Yeah. You were born when? 84? When you were born? My sister was born 83. No, 82. My mistake. 82. Yeah, my sister's 2 years younger than me. I'm still working on the Pokemon 84. Yeah, you see, March 84. That's what's up. But I want to get back into the psychic stuff because that's always entertaining too, and doing tarot card readings and doing all different types of things to figure shit out. You know, I got enough of the world. The world is pretty wild. There's a lot of wild things going on every day. Every day, wild things. Nobody learns every day. I feel like we're all NPCs. You know, we're all NPCs. We shut down for downtime overnight, and then we wake up. We repeat everything that we do on a morning basis, which is, you know, you go use the restroom and brush your teeth and shower and all this. You know, it's like a whole routine. Make your coffee. Get, you know, if you're gonna eat breakfast or you're gonna go to the drive-through to pick up breakfast because you're just too damn lazy. I understand. I do that too, but because you don't want to dirty the dishes, and you're like, fuck that shit. I just pick something up, and then we just continue with our lives. And people tend to continue to make mistakes, even though we do the same thing on a daily basis. But there's a day that you make a mistake and then you end up hurting or killing somebody. You know, and it just keeps happening all throughout the world. Every single rotation. So that's what it is. Like, it's a rotation. So every rotation that the sun goes across, you know, and moves around. Because I don't think we're spinning that fast. We can't be spinning that fast and be on the ground like nothing. Like, nah. I think the sun is doing its thing around us. But that's for a different story, a different show. Because there's a lot of things that's going to be happening this year. And this year is going to be a scary year. It's going to be a scary year. We'll be ready for it. But we'll see what happens. You share a birthday with Epstein? Get the fuck out of here. Damn. He was born on Pi Day? Oh, that's what's up. 3.4. Yeah, that's what's up. That's a nice day to fall on. My cat was born on a leap year. Her birthday is actually officially is February 29th, but they had me choose which day, if I should put it on the 28th or March 1st. So I went with February 28th. Because she would technically would be February. Why the fuck I want to send her to March? I was like, no, I want my baby to be February. Then her birthday starts February 28th. So I celebrated on February 28th is her birthday. And then what I do is, like, on the leap year, she has a double party. She gets like she'll get the can for her birthday, and then she'll get another can to celebrate her second birthday, which is her real birthday on the leap year. You know, so it's always fun when those come around. Should be coming up upon a leap year soon. I don't know when is the next one. I think it's like every 4 years or something like that. Yeah, it's to Google. When is the next year leap year?
Following that,
2028.
leap years in 2032, and then again.
Okay, so it's like every 4 years. So okay, so we had one February. Like, yeah, that's right. I remember February 29th. I celebrate her birthday twice. Should remember that. But yeah, the 28th. So in 2 more years, we have the leap year. So we'll have a double party, and then it happens again on 2032 and 2036, and then 2040. It's every 4 years. It's a leap year. Yeah, 2028. Okay, Albert Einstein. Oh, I thought you said. Oh shit, I saw that wrong. Because I can't see so much in the night. It looked like Epstein for a second. You shared you shared a day with Epstein. You're like, no, Albert Einstein. Okay, Albert Einstein. Because when I look down at the phone and then I look across, I can't see it. My vision changes with the glasses, and I'm tired too. It's not helping. I'm not helping. I bet he's laughing. He's like, fuck. He thinks I was born with fucking Epstein. I'm not in the list. Tell him, Terry, you're not in the list. He's not in the list. He's not. I know. I can vouch for it. He's not on the list. Oh, goodness. That's funny. But I hope everyone is having a good night. I'm going to be wrapping it up soon. I'm just checking something out here. And gonna be working on my Pokemon. I had a nice little video today. I put a video out. It was pretty nice. I gotta get gotta do another opening, but I think I'm gonna leave that opening for tomorrow. So I'll do it like tomorrow in the morning time while I'm nice and comfortable here. I could do a little card opening. I'm trying to get the viewership up on the shorts. I was very happy to see that on one of my videos, which was the Valentine's Day one, the 2 of 2 on the Valentine's Day, I got over 1,800 views. I should do a one of those videos that says, "Oh, I have this amount of views, but then I only got this amount of likes." So I got like almost like 1,900, to be honest with you. 1,800 subscribers. No, subscribers, I wish. 1,800 views. And see how many likes? 7 likes. Look at that. So I got, listen to this. Views, I got 1,888. What a number, right? 1,888. I should take a picture of it. It'll last me longer. It's the Valentine's Day, and I opened a booster pack that had a promo and a coin. And this one actually got a good card. I got the Meowth. That's right. I pulled the Meowth on Valentine's Day. That Wigglypuff is really badass. I like looking at my videos as I go along. I'll get better at pulling. People were like telling me to go a little bit faster. I mean, I don't want to go too fast because I want people to enjoy the card. You know, the point is for people. Oh, look at that, the Meowth. Yeah, I pulled the Meowth. Such a beautiful card, and I have 2 of them. So their names is Tasha and Nala. So they're my cat's names. So the 2 cards that I have, they're named Tasha and Nala. So I was really happy to pull the second one. That was actually my chase card that I wanted. And I wanted 2. I was gonna purchase one. I was gonna go to a card store and see if I could find it and just buy it. But I was like, that's not fun. Let me see if I could pull it. And sure enough, I pulled it, and I'm so happy that I did. Made my night, actually, Valentine's night. Such a great pull. But I'm gonna be working a lot on that shorts on a daily basis. I'm gonna still open a pack. When it comes to the celebration day, I'm gonna open a celebration box. And then I'm also probably gonna be opening an Ascended Heroes pack. So there's a 3-pack. So I do it like in a series of 3 because the celebration, I believe, have 3 packs. It's 2 Platesum Flames and a Mega Evolution. You got the promo and the coin. That 151, I've never opened a 151 before, and I have a 151 that I freaking found at Walmart. The only one that was left is and I was like, "Are you kidding me?" And it's Alakazam, and I was like, I don't even want to open it because I'm a psychic, and these are psychic energy cards, and I'm like, oh my god, that box was so meant for me. I don't even think I ever want to open it. I feel bad because like the packs look beautiful, and I would like to open the packs, but it represents what I like and stuff, and it's like, man, I don't want to open it. I don't want to open it. You were born 82. That's right. Just like my sister. 82 babies. That's what's up. You had you know the 80s. She grew up in the 80s, so she knows. We had a good time. 80s it was different. It wasn't like today's kids. Today's kids, they're stuck on their laptops. The problem is that they've been given laptops at a very early age, and their brains are not really like ready for that type of technology. And remember, these tablets and these phones and stuff, these things are alien. These things are super alien. This is not our technology. This is technology that we intercepted and now we have for ourselves here, and we're taking advantage of it and using it. And I can't believe we still pay for this, because they still want you to get a subscription and all this and this and that. I don't think they should ever have to do that. I don't see the purpose why, but it is what it is. But these kids are getting to these devices at a very early age, and that's very concerning because you gotta understand when these kids get older to like preteen age and then to their teenage, they're gonna be very far along and very too advanced. Not so much the advanced of like puberty advancement, more like advancement. Um, I guess technic like with the technology, and with the because you got to remember this kid's going to continue to getting older. He's going to live in the 2030s and then 2040s, and kids that are now like my niece, she's only 4 years old right now. So then by the time she creeps up and becomes a young adult, she's is going to be in the 2040s. So it's like time flies, and then you wonder where technology, where everything's going to be at that time. But I just believe that these kids are too much hooked on the space technology. I myself am hooked on the space technology because let you not find your phone and you see the anxiety that you get and how mad you get because you can't find your phone. It's like when you can't find your fucking keys to your car and you fucking put it down in that spot and then and you're like, and it's fucking gone. And then you're like, motherfucker. And then you gotta like check all over the place. And then come to find out that you fucking left it in your fucking jeans in the fucking closet. You're like, you fucking bitch. Like, it's like, God damn it. I thought I took it out from here. And then you're like trying to rush out of the house and shit. I know, I've seen it before. I've seen it before. But I just feel like it's a danger. I think that type of this technology and stuff is very, very dangerous. And there's no control to it. There's no control to it. Even if they want to for the kids not have them have any technology until they turn 18 or whatever age that they want to put. These kids are going to go after their parents' phone and their parents' tablet and their parents' computer, and they're going to do what they're going to do, and they're going to find a way. They will always find a way. because these kids, they're very smart, and when they want something and they want me to do something, they're gonna do it. But it's gonna be scary. I mean, 2030 is like literally 4 years away, like 3 years and 10 months. There you go. And you're already in freaking 2030. And we still don't have the flying cars like the Jetsons. We don't have like the choo-choo, like really futuristic, somewhat futuristic as far as like the internet and the technology behind the internet and the strength that they're gonna push the internet to, because they want it stronger signal than what they're radiating into your home. They want to be able to map out your whole home without you even being there. That's how crazy this internet infiltration net, probably we should call it infiltration net, because it infiltrates into our homes and it pollutes us with these signals on the basis that I hear in my head. And there's just these weird sounds that I constantly hear in my head. And it's like a TV that's on right in the back of my head. But that's traumatic brain injury. That's what it does. But with that said, it's time to go to bed. So I want to thank everyone who came through and who watched. Truly appreciate it. Damn, made it to a 4-hour show. Man, I hope you guys appreciate me going through this and me doing these shows. Because, man, I spend a good 4 hours putting videos together and getting us to watch everything and come up with a good lineup. Had a great time. Like, it was fun, and time does fly. And I do this on a daily basis. I just sometimes take the weekend off because I need to, because it's overwhelming. It's good to take that day off. I was so happy that nothing like crazy broke out yesterday. I was so happy. But there's gonna be a day that I'm gonna come on here and it's gonna be an emergency, probably a state of emergency and so forth, and I'll be here for that. But with that said, I want to say good morning, good afternoon, and good night. And I'll catch you on the flip side. And I'll be back on here tomorrow, probably around the same time, maybe a little earlier, so I can be here a little bit and get off earlier. Because I got a MRI this Wednesday, so I gotta definitely go to bed early. So I anticipate in doing an early show tomorrow. Probably starting time maybe 6:30 ish. Maybe 6. Let's see how I feel. I should be okay to start at 6. But all right, guys, have a good night. Peace.